down with the new man in town and asked him why the Islanders and not another team.
Well, after Wayne in Florida decided he was going to go the different route and go public, Gary Bettman got in touch with me and let me be aware of this opportunity. And being from New York, originally born and raised, and still having my home out on the island, Gary felt it would be a wonderful opportunity for me, and I did also. So over time, we got to know Mr. Pickett, and the relationship grew, and I realized there was an opportunity here. But to have the opportunity to come back to New York was a dream. You know, when I was a little kid, I used to come out here and watch Dennis and Bossy and Trache play, and I mean, it's a dream to me. It hasn't sunk in yet.
As part of the deal, does the team have to stay here on Long Island? Will it stay here on Long Island?
I won't comment on the deal itself. I feel that's not fair until it's done. Personally, it will stay on Long Island. I wouldn't come back here. I do live in Texas, but I'll spend a great deal of time here. I wouldn't do this deal if I had any intentions of moving the team. There's just too much. There's too much history. The market is too strong. The environment is, as you can see over the last few days, has been wonderful. The people have gotten back behind the organization. I've had calls in my office in Dallas, fans telling me what to do. I mean, I had the Save the Islanders Coalition gentleman call me, and I spoke with him, and I'll tell you, it was a wonderful conversation. The fans here are incredible. People have sent fan letters to my office. I mean, I didn't have any of that happen in the two other deals. Hockey is so important out here.
You talked about the building, getting the fans back. There has been a lot of talk, of course, that this is a facility that's beyond its prime. What can you tell us, if anything, about a new facility?
We would have to build a new building. I mean, there's no doubt about that. I think that it's only what's fair for the fans, for the players, for everyone going forward. This is one of the oldest buildings in the league. I believe it's the second oldest, only to Pittsburgh. Unfortunately, there's a great deal of history here. We don't want to lose that, but it's past its prime, and that's one thing I do have some control over, is getting that done for the team, and it's absolutely a priority.
Well, the fans who are here in the concourse coming in for tonight's opener have to be happy with what John Spano has said about the future of this club. Let's bring in Howie Rose and Eddie Westfall. And fellas, what do you think about what the new kid had to say?
I think Hanukkah and Christmas are coming early this year, Ed, Mr. Ambassador.
Table for four, anybody?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes, I'm excited. I'm excited because it is opening day here at the Nassau Coliseum, the Veterans Memorial Coliseum to be exact. But to hear the news that this might happen, this franchise will have a new life. It'll be vibrant. It'll be exciting. I think it was well, back when they drafted Westfall in '72. But anyway, no, it's well needed. The fans deserve it. The players, everybody, as Mr. Spano said, it's time, and his time has come. He's young. He knows the game of hockey. He knows Long Island. And by listening to him, Howie, he knows the game of hockey.
And there's almost a tangible optimism in this building now. And it doesn't all have to do with the ownership, because just the other day, the Islanders got one of their own back into the fold. Stan Fischler is standing by with more on that. Stan?
Well, Howie, if there wasn't this story about the ownership, the big story would be Travis Green. And now that all is said and done about Green coming back, there are still many questions about his physical ability, his attitude, whether he'll be able to contribute to the offense significantly, and of course only time will tell about that. Well, I spoke to Travis Green this morning and asked him if he had asked to be traded.
I guess there was just a misunderstanding on both parties, and I mean, I've stated then and now that I've always wanted to stay on Long Island and help turn the corner and get back to the glory days, and I think we got a great young team here, and things are going to come around.
Well, Travis seemed very relaxed this morning. We'll see how relaxed he is on the ice. We'll have more of the Islander pregame show right after this break.
I'm into tennis.
The Sports Authority has everything for tennis.
I'm into baseball, too.
Everything for baseball, too.
And I play a little golf.
Golf? We got it. Plus your favorite brand names.
See if that feels more natural. Hey, these guys are really into sports, too.
And everyday low prices mean you never wait for a sale.
Hey, I'm always into saving some cash.
The Sports Authority. You've never seen anything quite like it.
Maybe it's time for a luxury sedan a few more people can turn to. Toyota Avalon. We just lowered the cost of living it up.
So why did you leave AT&T?
I fell for the gimmicks.
And
I'm disappointed. I miss AT&T.
AT&T misses you too. So we're making it easy to come back.
Anything that makes my life easier, I'm for it.
How does up to 100 free AT&T minutes sound?
I like free minutes.
We'll send you AT&T long-distance certificates good for up to 100 free minutes just for switching back to AT&T.
100 free minutes. I'm there.
There's more. Call now and we'll sign you up for AT&T's new one-rate plan. It's our simplest calling plan ever.
I'm a simple person. Give me a simple plan.
Just 15 cents a minute on calls from home to anybody, anytime, anywhere in the U.S. And you're backed by AT&T's world-class customer service 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
I love their customer service.
All you have to do is call 1-800-GET-TRUE, and you'll get up to 100 free AT&T minutes. Well,
AT&T, it's simplicity, it's customer service, it's just everything you'd want.
You know what to do.
One rate, 100 free minutes. Just call 1-800-GET-TRUE. Introducing the Hilton Optima card from American Express. Now you can earn points towards a free vacation with every purchase, with no annual fee and a low introductory rate. Apply now and start earning points today.
Hi everybody, welcome. A beautiful Saturday evening. Some news to report today. Let's get to it. I'm Vermonte Bryant. Baseball's league championships continue today. The Cardinals and Braves are hooking up right now in St. Louis. The NL Series tied at 1 game apiece. The score at this point, St. Louis up 3-1 in the 8th inning. As we said, this series tied at 1. St. Louis trying to jump on top. Donovan Osborne still on the mound for the Cardinals as they go for the win in St. Louis. The Yankees, not the Birds of Baltimore, flying high. The Bombers coming to Game 4 tonight with the Orioles with a 2-1 lead. Kenny Rogers going for New York tonight. The relative unknown Rocky Coppinger pitching for the Orioles. And Bernie Williams tearing it up in the postseason. No matter what happens the next 2 games, the Yanks know they'll be coming home at least for a Game 6. Bernie Williams, heads-up play on the Tino Martinez double in the 8th last night proved to be the game winner in the Yanks' 5-2 victory over Baltimore. Bernie coming home safe, and Cecil Fielder just added to it with this home run. The Yankees go on to win it 5-2. Game 4 coming up in a few. College football today, some sad news coming from Fordham University. Fordham defensive back Bill Tierney died after collapsing during warm-ups before Fordham's game with Lafayette today. Tierney died at St. Barnabas Hospital. The Lyndhurst, New Jersey native was asthmatic, and preliminary reports show Tierney died of a heart attack. The Fordham-Lafayette game was canceled. The rest of the game did go on today in college football. Let's look at some top 25 highlights. First, number 1 ranked Florida taking on LSU, and Jerry DiNardo pacing early against the top-ranked Gators. Florida gets off to a quick start. Danny Werfel finds Riedel Anthony in the corner. 13-yard TD. Watch out, Riedel. 7-zip Gators second quarter, and Florida up 28-6, and Werfel strikes again. This time he finds Ike Hilliard. 25-yard TD pass, 42-6 at half. Gators cruise 56-13. 10th-ranked Penn State taking on Purdue, and this guy got a good workout today. First quarter, the big guy, Curtis Enos with a 9-yard TD run. 7-zip Nittany Lions. Enos had 3 touchdowns on the day. Now late in the second quarter, Penn State up 17-zip. Watch Chris Campbell on the punt return. Completely fakes out the entire Purdue team, left, right, up the middle. A 59-yard TD shake and bake, 24-zip at halftime. Penn State runs away with this one, 31-14. Washington at Notre Dame, and Lou Holtz, all kinds of fired up to take on the Huskies. Relax, Lou. You're off to a great start. First quarter, look at Archie Denson. A 33-yard TD run, 7-zip Notre Dame. The Irish would go up 26-zip. But the Huskies would come back. 26-14 at half, but that's as close as it would get. Third quarter, Ron Powler scrambles away from 2 Husky defenders and finds Pete Kerplovich, deep in the end zone. 2 TDs on the day for Kerplovich. Irish 54-20, 650 total yards. Here's the rest of the scores today in the top 25. All right, Hofstra visiting Liberty. Joe Gardy's Flying Dutchman tied at 14-3. First play of the fourth quarter, Hofstra QB Giovanni Carmazzi looking to take it in himself from 2 yards. He does. Extra point missed, 20-14 Hofstra. 3 plays after the kickoff, Liberty's Ben Anderson back to throw, but his pass is picked off by Lance Schulters. He takes it back 43 yards for the score. Dutchmen go up 26-14. They win 29-20. Here's the rest of your local scores. Okay, let's talk about the Giants. The G-Men Report is brought to you by Honda. Now, just a few weeks ago, nobody was talking about the possibility of the Giants winning 3 straight. Well, we're talking about it now. Giants and Eagles tomorrow at Giants Stadium. A win, New York moves to 3-3. Some moves today by the Giants called deactivations. Scott Davis, the guard, will play. Roman Oben, wide receiver Omar Douglas, and Moses come down. He will. He'll be the long snapper for the Giants. By the way, all you fans coming to the Meadowlands, bring your coats. The Giant Coat Drive. All right, the former Florida State Seminole quarterback and Heisman Trophy winner Charlie Ward is now the man in the Knicks backcourt. That's because new Knick and former Net Chris Childs lost for the first 3 to 6 weeks of the season after fracturing his right fibula. The fracture happened after Childs collided coincidentally with Charlie Ward during practice Tuesday in Charleston, South Carolina. Charlie Ward started just 1 regular season game in 2 seasons for the Knicks. All right, New York home opener tonight. The Flyers come to the Coliseum to take on the Islanders. The Isles have yet to win a game, 0-1-2 so far. Flyers 2-1-0. Rod Brind'Amour, the man early in the season for Philly. Brind'Amour, 2 goals and 2 assists on the season for the Flyers. The Devils taking on the undefeated Dallas Stars tonight at the Meadowlands. The Stars have never started the season 4-0. The Devils will have to look out for the Stars' Mike Modano. Modano with 2 goals and 4 assists in 3 games for Dallas. The Rangers still winless after 4. The Blue Shirts and the Canadiens tonight in Montreal. Mark Recchi, 4 goals and 3 assists in 3 games. Vincent Damphousse, the Canadiens, remember him from last year. Damphousse, 4 goals and 4 assists in a 6-game losing effort last year to the Rangers in the playoffs. Well, that's the news of the day. We head back to the Coliseum on Long Island after this break.
Any way you play it, the whole new line of Plymouths is a whole lot of fun.
Thank you. I check a lot of bags for TWA. Send them to places like JFK and LAX. Now I'm checking quite a few to CUN, LAS, even YYZ. Along with those to PBI, MCI, and MLI. Way overpacked for MCO. More like DEN or something.
For over 90 cities worldwide, think Trans World Airlines. We're up to something good.
SFO, SAN, SRQ, SNA, SEA.
It isn't meant to be an arrogant statement. It's how you play. When you play with that kind of attitude, refuse to lose, you expect to win. You play to win. When you do lose, because you're going to lose some, you don't blame anybody. You don't take away from anybody's win. You just learn from it. And it's about a learning experience. It's about building an attitude where you fully expect every game that you're going to win.
It's the 25th anniversary home opener for the New York Islanders against the Philadelphia Flyers tonight at the Coliseum. And, Mike, I don't know, would it be presumptuous or maybe even a little naive to suggest that there's this newfound, almost tangible energy in the building just since the impending sale was announced?
I think it's fair to say, Howie. I mean, we've heard about it before. At least I've known about it for the last couple of months, that there was serious interest in the club. And now it looks like it may finally come to pass that there is a change in ownership. And there's a perception that John Pickett is the bad guy out there. I'm not so sure it's right, but John Spano's interest seems to be sincere. The deal is a long way from getting done, but there's reason for optimism.
Do the players even care? Does it filter down to them where it has an effect?
If anything, I think that they're excited about it as well. I mean, they see a guy who clearly wants to own the team, who wants to be hands-on, and they think that it's going to be a good thing, that we'll have more resources, and I hope they're right.
Is it oversimplifying to say that if that deal is signed, I don't know, October 31st, you got some more dough to work with starting November 1st?
You know, I wouldn't jump to that conclusion, and right now in the middle of the year without free agency to look at, I'm not sure how effective this money could be, but down the line over the course of next summer, I think it's safe to say that we could use some money to bring in some veteran free agents to shore up these kids.
All right, Thursday morning in the papers here in New York, two stories about the Islanders. One, the big one about the sale, and the other one, the fact that Travis Green had finally signed his contract. Any connection there, by the way?
No, none whatsoever. And, you know, they're actually, the bigger story for me is Travis, because we need him, and we need him now. And it's good to see him back in uniform. He looked good at practice today. He was, and yesterday, he moved well, and he was really pumped up to be in uniform. It's a tough thing to hold out, and Travis was clearly relieved.
Now, he's playing with King and Palffy tonight. Will the shifts for Travis be shorter to the point where you have to do some mixing and matching?
I think so. We don't expect him to play 20 minutes, but on the other hand, he may be able to handle that. We'll see how much hard work he's done with his personal trainer and skating with a junior team, how much that's helped him. I wouldn't put it past me to give him 20 minutes tonight, but we'll have to be careful.
All right. Now, as this is the 25th anniversary season, there are ambassadors all over the place with Islander roots, one of whom was on the ice today at practice, former Islander left wing Clark Gillies. And is there a message here in his discussion with Todd Bertuzzi?
Well, I hope so, and if there is a message, I hope Todd gets it, because, you know, sometimes I think we're fighting an uphill battle there, but has really come a long way, Todd, and he really is sincerely interested in trying to improve his game, and no better guy to learn from than Clark Gillies, who, as we were talking about it earlier, how he is the prototype power forward of his time.
I mean, is it fair to say that you want Todd Bertuzzi to be something close to what Clark Gillies was?
I don't know that he can be exactly what Clark is, but I do believe that he can learn certain aspects of the game. Play along the wall, play in the corners, when to go to the front of the net, how to handle himself defensively. These are things that Clark had to learn, and I think he has the same sort of role model now that in Clark Gillies that he should have.
All right, should be a big night tonight here at the Coliseum. Packed house 25th anniversary celebration is on as the Islanders get set to face the Philadelphia Flyers. We'll have more right after these messages.
National Business Employment Weekly, the only publication that updates you weekly on top jobs available regionally and nationwide. All kinds of jobs, professional, managerial, technical, and you'll learn how to land one of those jobs. Get 8 job-packed issues for just $35. Also get absolutely free the Job Search Guide.
Call 800-367-4600. That's 800-367-4600.
The National Business Employment Weekly. If you're not looking here, you're hardly looking.
Hey, honey, have you seen my basketball? Hey, you! Ugh.
The stuff you need for the sports you play. Sports Fair Television premieres October 20th on SportsChannel.
We've all got things to do, right? Like pick up the kids, go grocery shopping, move some furniture. Of course, that's after you haul that load of sand for the new sandbox. Now do it all in a Jimmy from GMC. With spacious cargo room, a V6 standard, and plenty of comfort for the long haul. And now with a $299 a month lease with $14.99 down, getting into a Jimmy is even easier. Jimmy from GMC. When you've got to do what you've got to do. See your Tri-State GMC dealer today.
Separate houses couldn't keep us apart.
Are you there? Over?
Or separate hiding places.
I'm here. Over.
Not even separate rows in the classroom. But now that we have separate lives, things are different. So I call. Just because we've always had something to say to each other. And we've always found a way to say it.
Well, for this 25th anniversary home opener, the Islanders will be wearing their new uniforms. Got the 25 on the shoulder, and a throwback to the old days, the more popular logo. As the Islanders return to the future, if you will. It's back to the future, and in fact, the concession stand here on the concourse doing a busy bit of business as the fans are out for tonight's opener between the Islanders and the Flyers. Well, we've talked a lot here during the pregame show about John Spano and his purchase of the Islanders, the impending purchase of the team. But there's a lot to talk about this club that's playing its home opener. And at this morning's skate, the Maven, Stan Fischler, was on hand. And Stan, give us the latest.
Well, Matty, with Travis Green back in the fold, it changes the entire Islander offensive equation. Obviously, he's on the top line, and there are the three guys there. And actually, I talked to every one of the members of that line, including Ziggy and Derek King. But I specifically asked Travis Green how he feels physically. This is what he said.
I think when you miss as much time as I have, you're going to be, you're obviously behind. You're a month behind the guys, and I'm in good shape. But as far as game shape, I'll just have to take it a game at a time and keep it simple and not try to do too much.
I feel very good, and I think all team, because we need him, and he's for defensively and offensively, he's a good player. I think we need him.
Playing on that line with Ziggy, and I think that's going to be a line that we have to get going for offense. And Green's definitely going to help in the center. You saw me play the 3 games with center, so I figured they better sign Travis. For the team, I think it's great. Travis is good in the dressing room. He's a good leader, and then he leads on the ice too. So it's going to help us all over.
Well, there was a very interesting big guy working out with the Islanders at the morning practice, and that was the Islanders legend Clark Gillies. And I talked to him specifically about this question of him being the mentor to Todd Bertuzzi. This is what he had to say.
I just told him to use the tools that he has, his size, his skating ability. He's a strong skater, and when he gets the opportunity to shoot the puck and think about shooting it through the net, not missing the goalie and catching a corner here and there, just shooting as hard as he can. I told him he has to have an impact on what happens in the game every single night. He's going to go out there. If he plays hard, he's going to create some things that are going to be very, very positive things for this team, and I think he gives them a better than even chance of winning a lot of games this year. But he has to do what he's capable of doing, and that's playing very, very hard, shooting very, very hard, skating very, very hard, and a lot of good things are going to happen.
Well, you probably see other members of the Islanders Hall of Fame working out with other members of the team. It's obviously a very good way to do things, and I think you're going to hear more and more of that. Matty, take it away.
Dan, thank you very much. Plenty more to come on the pregame show. We're going to send it to Bramante Bryant back in our Sports Authority Game Time studio with some sports news. And coming up, the opening face-off of the home opener for the Islanders. They're taking on the Philadelphia Flyers, looking for victory #1 on the season. And a lot of excitement in the building, close to a sellout, maybe a sellout here at the Coliseum. We'll be back after this.
When the night has come,
if you've been waiting for a great deal on a great Buick,
and the land is dark,
now's the time.
and the moon is the only light we'll see.
Now you can drive the all-new 1997 LeSabre. Why wait? Your Buick dealer has the 97 LeSabre in stock today. Secure, peace of mind, LeSabre, the best-selling full-size car in America.
Stand by me.
celebrate 25 years of pride, tradition, and great hockey action. For tickets, call 1-800-882-ISLES.
Hey, kid, could you fax these for me? Thanks a lot. Can you file these for me? 200 copies of these before you leave.
Too busy to watch the game? SportsChannel Lite is a 30-minute condensed version of the day's best game every night at 11.
Thanks, kid. You're really going places.
SportsChannel Lite. How to make the game when you can't make the game.
Welcome back to the studio. Hockey news. The Hartford Whalers take on the Florida Panthers tonight, and the significance is not so much the game, but that Paul Coffey will be on the ice for the Whalers. The former Red Wing had held up his and Keith Primu's trade to Hartford because Coffey didn't want to play for the Whalers. Well, he's playing now, and the Whalers pick up another former Red Wing today, signing forward Stu Grimson off waivers. Former Islander and Flyer and Blue and Nordique and Bruin, Ron Sutter, signed today with the San Jose Sharks. The 14-year vet has played in 800 NHL games and 80 Stanley Cup playoff contests. The NHL schedule tonight, let's take a look. Detroit taking on Buffalo. Hartford at Florida, and John Van Beesbrook has stopped 96 of 100 shots for the Panthers. Ottawa at Pittsburgh. The Penguins have allowed 14 goals in 3 losses. Tampa at Toronto. LA at Washington. Anaheim at Phoenix. Boston at San Jose. Bernie Nichols, 3 goals, 4 assists for the former Devil. The Sharks try to beat Boston for the first time ever. And St. Louis at Vancouver. All right, the Islanders tonight at the Coliseum for their home opener. Newly signed Travis Green will play tonight for New York. Green sat out all of the preseason in a contract dispute with the team. The team's second leading scorer last season signed a 1-year deal Thursday with the Isles. The Devils and Stars in New Jersey, a 7:30 start time. Devils captain Scott Stevens returned tonight from his league-imposed suspension. Dallas, look out for Steve Thomas, that is. Last time these two teams met last year, Thomas 2 goals for Jersey. The Rangers at the Canadiens tonight, game time 7:30. The captain, Mark Messier, expected to play tonight. Messier has been missing for 2 games. Suspensions flying everywhere in the NHL. Messier, you might remember, hit for 2 games for his hit on Florida's Mike Huff. All right, the Islanders and Flyers, our featured game tonight. We're back after the game with SportsChannel Lite. The Islanders with the home opener tonight at the Coliseum. The Isles just 5 goals in 3 games. In 2 of those games, they've given up goals late where they had wins cinched only to end up with ties. We'll see you after the game. Enjoy the game. Islanders and Flyers coming up next. We'll see you after the game with SportsChannel Lite. The game in 30 minutes. Enjoy.
The home faithful watched the team grow from humble beginnings.
Westfall shoots, scored!
In a few short years came the first small steps toward respectability, followed by the giant leap towards greatness.
Coming in with Nystrom. Tonelli to Nystrom. He scored! Bob Nystrom scores the goal. The Islanders win the Stanley Cup.
There were individual achievements.
He scored! Mike Bossy has his 50th goal!
And stirring comebacks which led to 4 straight Stanley Cups and even greater glory. An intense rivalry developed.
Out of the corner, Hadlin makes the save off him. Here's Morrow into the face-off circle. He scores! Kenny Morrow!
And even in those years without a cup, the ability to pull out the unlikely victory lived on. That winning tradition comes home for the 25th season of New York Islanders Memories tonight.
Well, the lights have been dimmed. The fans are on their feet. The music is being pumped at a deafening level as the Islanders prepare for their home opener of the 96-97 season against the Philadelphia Flyers. Hello again, everyone. I'm Matt Loughlin. So glad you could join us tonight on Sports Channel. As I mentioned, the lights are dim, the pyrotechnics are set up as the Islanders are celebrating their 25th anniversary, and they've got a lot of excitement for tonight's home opener to celebrate their glorious 24 previous years and what they hope is the start of a move upward. As the defense has been improved, they got Travis Green now in the fold, and on Thursday, it was announced that they'll have a new owner shortly. Once the papers are signed and filed and the Board of Governors approved, John Spano will take the reins. I asked him earlier about this Nassau Coliseum building, and do changes have to be made?
We would have to build a new building. I mean, there's no doubt about that. I think that it's only what's fair for the fans, for the players, for everyone going forward. This is one of the oldest buildings in the league. I believe it's the second oldest, only to Pittsburgh. Unfortunately, there's a great deal of history here. We don't want to lose that, but it's past its prime, and that's one thing I do have some control over, is getting that done for the team, and it's absolutely a priority.
Well, that'll be heartening for the fans to hear, because they want their Islanders to stay on Long Island. They'd love a new building as this franchise tries to recapture the glory years. For more on tonight's game, let's go upstairs to Howie Rose and the Mavens, Stan Fischler.
I'll tell you what, Matt, this feels like the beginning of a brand new generation. And Stan, I don't really think that's overstating things when you consider the optimism that has suddenly been injected into this franchise since the ownership change or impending change was announced.
I'll tell you one of the litmus tests of that, Howie, and that is this morning I was hanging out outside the box office, and there was a surprisingly long line of people trying to get tickets for tonight's game. So it should be interesting to see how close it comes to a sellout, or if it does.
Well, there could very well be a sellout crowd here at the Nassau Coliseum. One of the guys they'll see, an old Islander favorite. Oh, he's been here at least 3-4 years now since the 92-93 season, but you know how important Travis Green is to this hockey club, and Mike Milbury is very aware of that. The negotiations, which were tedious at times, were concluded Wednesday, and Mike is delighted to have him back.
He's our first center iceman. We've known that all of last year and coming into this season. Should help the power play, should improve our face-off situation, which really hasn't been that bad. And defensively, I think Travis can be excellent. So I'm looking for a good boost. It won't happen immediately. His timing won't be there, and his conditioning's not there, but he's not far away.
Well, this crowd is absolutely pumped. There will be elaborate pregame ceremonies and festivities. That's why Eddie Westfall is not with us right now. He's in a tuxedo. Well, he is an ambassador. Several ambassadors to the Islanders dynasty are on the ice, and you'll hear from them after this.
New York Islanders hockey on Sports Channel is brought to you by Nissan, who reminds you that life is a journey. Enjoy the ride. By Discover Card, proud partner of the Smithsonian's 150th anniversary. By Nobody Beats the Wiz. For state-of-the-art home electronics, computers, cameras, music, movies, and more, nobody beats the Wiz. And by Brewery Fresh Budweiser, who reminds you fresh beer tastes better.
Freshness Hotline, what's the problem?
Man, my party is lame. I think I got some skunky beer.
Sir, relax. When was your beer born?
Born? What are you talking about?
It doesn't have a born-on date?
A what?
Do you have any Budweiser?
No, man, you gotta help me.
Okay, remain calm, sir. We're on our way.
New Born on Dating from Budweiser, because fresh beer tastes better.
Go! Sir, put down the skunky beer and slowly back away.
Hey, want to see some cool things?
Where?
At the Smithsonian. The famous Flyers!
To four-wheelers, Tucker made 51 of these cars. Washington sold. Rocket ships.
Dizzy Gillespie's trumpet. Lizard lips. The Smithsonian. Discovered.
Woo-hoo!
And Discover Card is proud to be partners in the anniversary celebration.
Jaws.
How many credit cards make a statement like that?
To win a lot of hockey games, get back in the playoffs, to be more consistent night after night, and be recognized as one of the hardest working teams in the league. And I got to make sure that happens as a captain of this team by talking about it and by leading by example.
There are a few new faces in our locker room, but you know, we've added some character guys, and you know, we feel we can take another step.
Everybody's coming in with a positive frame of mind, and we're hoping to recapture that the play of '95, and I think we're going to get there because everybody's hungry.
It's the home opener for the New York Islanders here at the Nassau Coliseum. The pregame festivities and ceremonies are just underway, so let's go to the PA.
Ambassadors. They are Islanders, once on the ice and always in our hearts. They will carry the torch of the 25th anniversary throughout the communities of Long Island. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Islanders' 25th anniversary ambassadors. He's an original Islander, the first captain of the Islanders, a broadcaster known to all over the past 18 years, number 18, Ed Westfall. He was a key ingredient in bringing 4 Stanley Cups to Long Island. He scored the goal that gave the Islanders an NHL record 15 consecutive wins and scored the game-tying and overtime goals against Pittsburgh in 1982. Please welcome number 27, John Tonelli. An integral member of the Islanders' Stanley Cup teams, the player who helped define the position of power forward, the second Islanders captain in team history, and he'll be the 5th Islander to have his number retired on December 7th of this year. Ladies and gentlemen, number 9, Clark Gillies. Ladies and gentlemen, the New York Islanders' 25th anniversary ambassadors. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's meet the Islanders hockey staff. The general manager and head coach, Mike Milbury. Associate Coach Rick Bonas. Assistant Coach Guy Sharon. Trainer Rich Campbell. Equipment Manager Joe McMahon. Assistant Trainer Sean Donnellan. Assistant Equipment Manager Eric Miklich. Now, here they are, the 25th edition of the New York Islanders. Assistant Captain, Defenseman number 11, Darius Kasparaitis. Assistant Captain, right wing number 16, Zygmunt Coffey. Assistant Captain, left wing number 27, Derek King. Goaltender number 1, Eric Fischler. Defenseman number 3, Kenny Janssen. Defenseman number 4, Brian McCabe. Defenseman number 6, Corey Foster. Defenseman number 7, Scott Lachance. Right wing number 10, Randy Wood. Right wing number 12, Mick Vakota. Center number 14, Derek Armstrong. Left wing number 18, Marty McGinnis. Right wing number 21, Dan Plant. Center number 24, Dave Archibald. Left wing number 32, Nicholas Anderson. Defenseman number 34, Brian Berard. Goaltender number 35, Tommy Salo. Center number 38, Andreas Johansson. Center number 39, Travis Green. And right wing number 44, Todd Bertuzzi. Ladies and gentlemen, the 1996-97 25th anniversary New York Islanders.
Well, Stan Fischler, I think the enthusiasm in this building tonight is evident, as is the fact that these fans haven't really gone anywhere. They're just waiting and have been for a reason to get excited again. Maybe we're reading too much into the optimism surrounding the sale, but this place feels a whole lot different tonight than it did opening night last year.
You're right, and one of the reasons why you're right, Howie, is that there is a more of a vibrancy with the youth on this hockey club. Last year at this time, there were some players who were kind of on the older side, Bob Sweeney being one of them, and of course the problem with Kirk Muller. That's gone. It's just youth.
All right, Philadelphia Flyers are making their way onto the ice. They'll be introduced in a moment as the Islanders line up at their blue line, adorned in their uniforms of the future. 15 times this season, the Islanders will wear what the league calls their third jerseys, and we can call the hybrid jerseys here at Nassau Coliseum. 15 times at the Coliseum. They'll wear them 3 times on the road, featuring that classic that is and always will be the New York Islanders logo, and there are a lot of people who are thrilled that it's back.
And, well, they might be, because I was sick and tired of being accused of being the guy on the old one. I was not the fisherman.
You're out of luck, Stan. So with the teams lined up and the virtual sellout crowd, we don't have official figures yet on their feet. Let's take back to the PA.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we would like to ask Assistant Captains Darius Kasparaitis, Zygmunt Palffy, and Derek King to join our 25th ambassadors for tonight's ceremonial face-off. We also invite from the Flyers, Rod Brindamore, Dale Howardchuk, and Eric Desjardins to join our captains for the face-off. Delivering tonight's ceremonial pucks via Global Priority Mail, the United States Postal Service. Ladies and gentlemen, it appears that we seem to be short a few pucks, but we have a very special guest with us tonight who has some pucks to help us out. As a matter of fact, he has 573 of them. Please welcome the greatest right wing in history, number 22, Mike Bossy. We ask Mick Vakota and Joel Otto to join the other players in the face-off circle for puck drop. let's hear it for our New York Islanders 25th anniversary ambassadors. And now it's time to play hockey.
Well, this guy's appearance was a pretty well-concealed surprise, Stan. I don't think anybody knew that Mike Bossy would be in the building.
You know, it was better concealed than the sale of the team. The sale of the team was not supposed to be broken. That was a story that I believe was supposed to be held for another 3 or 4 weeks, but I'm told that it was leaked at the governor's meeting recently.
Well, it's been met with almost universal approval, and so I don't think anybody's too upset to see it having been leaked, but got to give Westfall the business when he gets up here. Only 18 can throw somebody out of a ceremonial faceoff.
Well, it was so great to see Bossy. A lot of people don't realize that he's now a radio celebrity in Montreal, and he's become a comedian, which that side of him we didn't really know that well when he was here.
He's le Dan Imus of the province of Quebec. Well, all this talk about Sean Spano, the eventual owner of the New York Islanders, has a lot of people thinking of him as some sort of savior. Well, we caught up with Mr. Spano earlier tonight and asked him his thoughts on that brand new role.
Overwhelming. I don't think that I don't view myself as that. It's a business. We did a great deal of research before we actually decided to do this deal. There was, people are down a little bit, but, business is a business, and there's a huge potential here. We can turn this thing around. I have no doubt in my mind. There's great young talent here. Mike Milbury is a wonderful coach. There's just too much potential. And once we get the fans back in the building, this thing's going to go back to where it was when Dennis was here.
That, of course, a reference to Islander defenseman, Hall of Famer Dennis Potvin, whose name was dropped several times and has been over the last couple of days by John Spano, along with that of Mario Lemieux, friends of John Spano's from over the years.
You know how he's got some real key connections in the league. He's very tight with Howard Baldwin, who's the owner of the Pittsburgh Penguins, and also Gary Bettman. I mean, Bettman virtually orchestrated this, and I believe that goes back to the Bettman times with him via the NBA.
All right, our GMC goaltending matchup tonight features young Eric Fischler for the Islanders, and you see the numbers on him. Garth Snow will be the starter for the Philadelphia Flyers. Ron Hextall has had the flu for the last couple of days, so they brought up Dominic Roussel from their Philadelphia farm team in the American Hockey League, and that is Garth Snow, the former 1994 U.S. Olympic team goaltender. Shared those chores with Mike Dunham of the New Jersey Devils. So the Islanders and Flyers getting set for their first meeting this year. Philadelphia winning 4 out of 6 last year with a loss and a tie. Dan Maruelli will drop the puck. Brad Kovacic, 25 years old, had not worked a National Hockey League game prior to this season, and Ron Asseltine, of course, a veteran, has handled that for a long time. Mike Milbury going right to Travis Green for the opening draw against Rod Brindamore, and the Islanders control. Johnson and McCabe on the back line. Green, King, and Palffy the forwards. Kevin Holler, number 5 for Philadelphia. Tried to clear the zone. Green kept it alive, and now Snow has to cover up the carom.
Interesting how Snow immediately halted play. How, there are some goalies who will keep the puck in motion. Others feel that they've got to stop it at all times, and Snow, who is a disciple of Ronnie Hextall, their temperament is very much the same. Travis out there for the faceoff.
And Mike Milbury says he may very well short shift Green tonight, which means you could see someone else between King and Palffy on certain selected line combinations. From the draw, Sean Podine, number 25, checked by Palffy. And now it's Holler around to Desjardins. Podine up ahead for Renberg. He gets past Janssen. Renberg, good move over the line, and he sails one over the net. Michael Renberg has the potential to become one of the elite power forwards in this league. Had an abdominal pull last year, which kept him out of lots of action, and got surgically repaired, and is in very good shape now. And a 2-line offsides pass there, accepted by Rod Brindamore, will give us an opportunity to stop in visit with Matt Loughlin, who has a very special guest downstairs. Matty?
Well, Howie, very special indeed. Mike Bossy, a Hall of Famer, 573 career goals from the right wing position. And Mike, you had to be warmed by the ovation you received from the fans tonight.
Oh, there's no doubt. I mean, every time I've been back here since my retirement, I've always had that sort of reception, and it's a lot of fun.
4 Stanley Cup winners you played on. Any one particular year or team stand out?
Well, I'd have to say all 4 of them. You know, the first one special, the last one special when you think of it a couple of years after because it was your last one. But all 4 of them were very nice.
As you see this team in the midst of a rebuilding process and talk about a new building, a new owner coming in, you've seen the hard times, you see what the future holds. What goes through your mind?
Well, you know, since I've retired, the things that you hear most about the Islander organization is how much trouble they've been having, how low their payroll is, how they need a new building, and I think that if they were to get a new owner, I think it'd bring a lot of new blood into the organization, not only from the owner's standpoint, but maybe from a building standpoint. And you know, when you're trying to compete with everybody else in the league these days, and with the kind of money that's going around, you know, you have to have the money to spend it.
Is it disappointing when you see the team near the bottom of the standings?
Well, it's always disappointing. You know, it was disappointing when when I was part of the Islanders, and there's no doubt it's no fun to see them the way it is now. But I was talking to Mike Milbury the first time I've met Mike, and he seems to have a grasp on what he wants to do with the team and where he wants to take them, and I hope that he'll be able to do it.
Well, 573 goals from Mike Bossy, wearing number 22 for the Islanders. And let's talk a little bit about the fact that your number hangs in the rafters here with some of your teammates.
Well, you know, that was a big thrill to have my jersey retired here by the Islanders, and I look up in the rafters now, and there are 3 others with it. And you know, we had a great time when we played here. Not only did we have a great hockey team, but we had a bunch of individuals who had an enormous desire to win. And to win 4 Stanley Cups in a row, you absolutely have to have that. So, you know, it was a lot of fun to play with the guys. It's great to come back here and see them too.
Well, the fans responding to Mike Bossy and his 573 career goals, fellas.
All right, thanks a lot, Matty and Mike. And those 573 goals are still good for 8th time, or 8th all-time on the National Hockey League goal-scoring list. Mario Lemieux is closing in, 7 behind, but even when he passes Mike Bossy, it won't in any way diminish the impact that he had here on Long Island.
You know, Howie, another member of the alumni is on the ice, came back, Randy Wood. Mike Milbury said he's been very pleased with the way Wood has played since the season began.
One thing about that championship Islander team is that they had a lot of forwards who drove to the net, wouldn't be shy about getting in a goaltender's face, and that's something that Randy Wood has been known for throughout his National Hockey League career. Here's Marty McInnes for the Islanders, leaving it to Wood, and a kick save made by Snow. Ryan Berard to Wood, and was Snow interfered with, evidently because a penalty is coming up.
Well, the Islanders drove, but they drove the wrong way, and of course a little beef being registered right now, but it's not going to do any good. The Isles are going to have to do some penalty killing right now, and one of the things that Wood has done impressively is kill a penalty, and he may be out there to do the penalty killing.
Still waiting for official word, but it's obvious that Garth Snow was interfered with. Nobody has gone into the penalty box yet. Darius Kasparaitis was over protesting with referee Dan Marowelli, but the Islanders, I would imagine, are going to be down here. I mean, certainly the whistle blew. The indication was that there was an interference penalty. Not even a door to the penalty box has opened. I'll show it to you from overhead. All we see here are flyers. It was his own man. It was Svoboda.
That's right. That's right.
And so there won't be a penalty. The Islanders were protesting, wanting to know why, and Dan Marowelli made the interference call, blew the whistle, but obviously one of the linesmen helped him out.
Usually when there's a missed call, the faceoff should be at center ice. It's not going to be, and for the Islanders, our -1 penalty kill that we thought they'd have to do.
Plus they were in on the forecheck, so it hurts them that the faceoff even comes outside the Philadelphia zone, but it does. And this is Scott Daniels, number 22. The hit that he put on Todd Bertuzzi last year when Daniels was with Hartford. Brent Platt, number 20, lost his edge, and the Islanders turn it back up. Here's Armstrong over the stick of Dan Platt. Smacked back in by LaChance. And Plot was clipped by Shell Samuelson's stick on the way out of the zone, but the whistle for the offside.
Howie, you mentioned LaChance this morning. I was talking to Darcy Regier, the assistant GM. He said that LaChance has been arguably the best forward on the aisle since the start of the season. And, of course, Mike Milbury has worked on LaChance's head. He wants him to take a leadership role and play to his potential.
And the face-off will be in neutral ice as you look at Scott LaChance getting another chance this year. There are a lot of people who mentioned him in trade rumors over the summer, rumors that did not materialize into fact. So it's Green out again with King and Palffy, Platt, Daniels, and Kordic for the face-off, but right off the draw, Kordic heads right to the bench and is replaced by Sean Podine. And the soft dump in by Daniels. The Flyers will change completely. LaChance chased by Podine. And now Palffy with a touch pass to Green and a 3-on-2. Green to Palffy. Now to Green. He's upended by Shell Samuelson. And play moves back the other way. We're changing on the fly. Fischler off. Westfall in. Grinberg with the puck, and he dribbles one to the left side of Fischler. Man's got to go back to his studio downstairs, and then he's going to have some explaining to do in a minute. Probably has no idea why either. LaChance played it up the middle. Odine to Brindamore. Onside at the Islander line. LaChance finishes his check on Brindamore. Odine behind the net. Now to Renberg. Centering feed. LaChance got a piece of that. And then it's slapped wide by Desjardins. Corey Foster. And Brindamore tied up. Brindamore lost his stick. And now here come the Islanders. King with a dump in that Green chases. Being held off by Holler, so Desjardins for Philadelphia takes over. Islanders completing a change. 3:20 gone. Opening period. No score. Home opener here at the Nassau Coliseum. Ryan McCabe for New York. Up to Palffy. And that soft pass deflects down to the Flyer blue line. Now Desjardins played it up ahead. Knocked down was Zubris. That's Diamond Zubris, number 9. And the puck chased down in the corner. Whacked around. This is Craig Darby, former Islander, number 11, just recalled by the Flyers as Joel Otto hurt his neck the other night. A game against Los Angeles. And Janssen for the Islanders comes away with it. Kenny Janssen to the red line. Slowed up before drilling it around the boards. And on the forehand, Garth Snow plays it to the Islander blue line.
You missed me?
Well, yeah, we can't figure one thing out.
What's that?
Tell you in a second.
Okay.
Anderson's drop pass held in by Berard. Over the stick of Snow. Bertuzzi centers. Oh, a sliding block by Holler. Rebound. Kasparaitis is kicked out by Snow. Gorgeous opportunity for Johansson, but defenseman Kevin Holler made the save with Snow out of position. How can you throw a guy out of a ceremonial faceoff?
It was easy. His stick and feet weren't in the right positions. How did the Islanders not have a one-goal lead?
We'll show you exactly how when we get back. 4:37 gone to the opening period. Flyers and Islanders are scoreless.
On Saturdays, your customers can receive 2-day packages from FedEx. Cost? An extra $10.
On Saturdays, your customers can receive 2 to 3-day priority mail packages from the U.S. Postal Service. Cost? $3. And there's no extra charge.
On Saturdays, your customers cannot receive 2-day packages from UPS. Sorry.
So, what's your priority? Priority mail from the U.S. Postal Service.
Charge! Fight for an empire with the Learning Channel's real history, striking lethal blows on Conqueror's Week. Attack with Napoleon, a cocky genius destroyed by his own flaws. Raid with Peter the Great, a maniac with a taste for territory and torture. Bold, ruthless, born to rule. Loot and plunder all week. Feel the rush of victory on Real History. Weeknights at 9 Eastern and Pacific on TLC. Adventures for your mind.
Islanders with the best scoring opportunity so far in the hockey game. Look at Snow, the goaltender behind the net. Wow, here's the backhand shot, sliding save. But Kasparaitis grabs the puck, dead center, and then his shot. Kick save by Snow. Berard making his presence felt. Boom, take that. You thought you were going to get me, didn't you? Reversed roles.
So from the draw, Carl Dijkhuis, number 24 for the Flyers. Split it to Falloon. Archibald pries it loose to McCabe. Flyers regroup now as we come up on 5 minutes gone in the opening period. Dykhouse pass, an escape. It comes back to Peter Svoboda with McInnes chasing him. Marty McInnes on the fourth line, or thereabouts for the time being. Milbury was saying this morning that McInnes was partially culpable on that game-tying goal by the Ottawa Senators the other night in Ottawa, with just a second and a half remaining. Pat Falloon for Philadelphia, moving on Kenny Johnson at the Islander line. Falloon waits for a help. Miss Towerchuk with a pass. Fischler played it to the corner, and Big John LeClaire takes over. LeClaire snaps one over the net. LeClaire drove the Islanders nuts last year, as he did everybody else. Couldn't hold the pass there. And here comes Randy Wood getting a dump in. LeClaire had 5 goals in 6 games against the Islanders last season, scoring 51 goals for Philadelphia overall. Nicholas Anderson to Johansson, and Andreas Johansson smacks it deep. Now big Chris Terrian, number 6, came together with his own man Zubris, and Darby has to do some fancy stick handling. And ahead now to John Bruce. Bruce tried to center. Kasparaitis got a piece of that, and out comes Bertuzzi. Bertuzzi makes his move, lost possession, and that forces the play offsides.
Had an opportunity before the hockey game. Mike Milbury took us in the dressing room. Around, said hello to the players. That was a nice gesture on behalf of the general manager, and the coach gave us an opportunity to wish them all well. Mike Milbury. I get the feeling he wanted a little of the history in the dressing room, Howie, which was delivered very quickly by John Tonelli, myself, Mike Bossy, and Jethro, Clark Gillies.
Well, listen, you know, it's a big part of the fabric of this organization, the past, and I was talking to Mike about that this morning, specifically referring to Todd Bertuzzi and Clark Gillies and the time they're spending together. And you know, Mike was saying it wouldn't be a bad idea if Bertuzzi watched some video of Gillies as well.
Yeah.
See exactly what the source is. Odin tried to get around Kasparaitis. Centering feed right through the crease. Fischler got a piece of it. And here comes Johansson. Now to Bertuzzi. Johansson still digging forward along with Renberg. But it's recovered by Desjardins. I'm thinking that Todd Bertuzzi's only 21 years old. Clark Gillies came up. Ready for this, Eddie? 22 years ago. What does that tell you about how much Todd Bertuzzi knows about Clark Gillies?
You know, one of the things that you have to always remember, a lot of people forget, is that in most cases when players like Bertuzzi and Ken Johnson, and there he is, Clark Gillies, number retired Saturday, December the 7th. We'll all be here and wish him well. He's one of the most popular people on Long Island, and Clark Gillies always fun to be around. But you know, Todd Bertuzzi, just getting to know Clark Gillies, just letting Clark talk with them, sit with them, just be around. But I go back to the thought I had earlier, Howie, was the fact that in a lot of cases, young players come up and they're surrounded by a lot of older players. You know, and here you've got so many young players on this team that there's not that much experience and not that much leadership that you would normally get if you were, say, on the Philadelphia Flyers or one of the other clubs.
From the draw, Trent Platt, number 20 for Philadelphia. Tied up in the corner, and out comes Armstrong. Now to Foster, number 6. Corey Foster ahead Vakota. And his shot hits the stick of Foster and becomes a souvenir. So we'll step out. 7:04 gone in the first period of the home opener. The Islanders and Flyers are scoreless.
I whack the weeds. So you want to know what's on my Discover Card statement. I'm a camp cook, and a bad one, but I've got a good stove. And he loves to chase that. The cashback bonus award. It all folds up into a carry. She loves to get flowers, and I love to give them.
How many credit cards make a statement like that?
Well, the toughest thing about buying a wetsuit is trying them on.
It pays to Discover. Use it where you see the Noah sign.
In conclusion,
if we miss our plane, we've got problems.
one more thought.
We've got problems.
We missed our plane.
I can tell you when the next one leaves.
Avis Flight Check. The latest flight information. Only from the employees of Avis.
You can just make it.
And I thought we had problems.
No, we have Avis.
Now, ask Avis how you can earn up to triple Avis frequent flyer miles.
You know what Darius Kasparaitis is looking for? He's looking down to the Philly bench. What's missing?
Well, his old pal, his sparring partner. We saw an acupuncturist, Lindros did, got back from that visit yesterday. And Terry Murray, the Flyers coach, Mike Milbury's counterpart, is sick of talking about Lindros. Maybe Mike's giving him directions to Lindros's house. Guess he wants to pay him a visit later. No score, a little over 7 minutes gone in the first period. Islanders with one outstanding opportunity, but Kevin Haller, the Flyer defenseman, stopping an Andreas Johansson shot. And now it's John Leclerc slapping it to the right side of Fischler. Flyers also missing Joel Otto tonight. Hurt his neck the other night in a fight with Rob Blake in the game against the Los Angeles Kings. Flyers blew a 3-goal lead that night, went to overtime, and then Rod Brindamore won it in the first minute of the overtime. Now Dykhouse tied up with Green behind the net. Round it goes, and out come the Flyers. Falloon at the Islander line. Now Leclerc to Dykhouse, tipped by Howard, Chuck wide. Falloon got it in front, and McCabe comes away with it.
Save me.
Brian McCabe ahead for Green. And a touch pass to Palffy. King couldn't slip around Dykhouse. Flyers say that Carl Dykhouse, number 24, is in the best shape, or reported to camp anyway, in the best shape of any of their players. Worked with a personal trainer over the summer, and he was a steal from the Chicago Blackhawks for Bob Wilkins.
Yeah, he's another one of the Philadelphia defensemen, Howie, that's very good on the power play as well.
Here's Randy Wood headed to the net, chipped away by Snow. Good aggressive play by the Flyer goaltender. Berard in deep. McInnes is covering for him. And out comes Zubris, number 9, to Haller. Kevin Haller, who also likes to jump into the play. Lost the puck. Kasparaitis turns it up to Archibald. Out of McInnes. McInnes couldn't find the handle. And Dinas Zubris, at 18, the youngest player in the league, worked it ahead. Here's Darby with a snapshot, can't save, and a rebound. And Fischler covers that.
Good coverage in the Islanders' end of the ice. Eric Fischler, I was standing downstairs at the all of the stuff going on ceremony. Fischler was telling me, Howie, that all the, I guess the explosions, fireworks and everything, all the smoke and stuff, he wears contact lenses. And I was watching him, and he was blinking very hard. He said, you know, the smoke is in my eyes. It's in my contact lenses. He said, I'm going to have to get some solution and put in my eyes. They're drying up here.
Islanders are hoping that he is the solution in goal, and we've got a solution for you if you want to talk to Travis Green. Get on the computer. Send your email questions. Travis will join us between periods. You can surf the aisle at scisles@aol.com. Did that the other night with Brian Berard. Do it again tonight with Mr. Green. Got a little more green in his pocket now. Just a one-year deal, though. Now Andreas Johansson sends Anderson over the line to Bertuzzi. Quick shot is gloved at the crest by Snow.
Good hard shot by Todd Bertuzzi. The Islanders back again. Chris Therien got a chunk of them, though. Bertuzzi in the act of shooting. Had to hurry. Wanted to get it on the net. Wanted to force Snow to make the save or put it by him. And there's the pass. Watch number 6 in red as he goes over. Here's the shot. Boom. Shoulder on shoulder. Tips over. Todd Bertuzzi.
That's another of the things that Clark Gillies was talking about this morning. Getting Bertuzzi to shoot, and shoot with authority as well. And even that shot was up high. They want rebounds. Now a chance for Johansson, who plays it deep. Dykhouse for Podine. Bertuzzi got a piece of Dykhouse. Somewhere Clark Gillies nods approvingly. A chance to Kasparaitis in the Islanders zone. Now Nicholas Anderson played it up the middle. Bertuzzi has to bring it back. But Renberg gets it away to Brindamore. Brindamore over the line. Pulls up and shoots one. Saved by Fischler. Rebound to the corner. Brindamore has it back. Rod Brindamore trying to make a play. He centers, but it hit Johansson, and Andreas Johansson scoots the other way. Up the left wing. He goes for a cross-corner dump in, but with the Islanders changing, there's no pursuit, and the Flyers have the puck. Up on right wing, it's Brindamore. And his soft dump in will permit a Flyers line change. 9:40 to go. Opening period, no score. The Islanders have been much stingier over their first 3 games than they were a year ago. Sigmund Palffy pulls up in the Flyers zone. Quick shot sails through the goal crease. Janssen stepped up, couldn't get it deep. And up the right side now comes Howardchuk with help the other way. Centering feed missed by Haller. Leclerc was on the other side too. Neither of them could control it, and Janssen plays it the other way. Travis Green to the Flyer line. Green looks for the trailer, but he gave it away to Leclerc, and out come the Flyers.
Trying to get it to Sigmund Palffy, but Palffy was covered. Good play by Leclerc.
Falloon centers off of Fischler, and the rebound hit the side of the net. Falloon has it back. Pat Falloon looks for help. Feeds Howardchuk. His shot blocked by Janssen. Collision between Desjardins and Green, who took the body, forcing the puck out of the Islanders' zone. 8:46 to go. Scoreless first period.
Good tempo, Howie, and the important thing for the Islanders is they can't sag. At no point in this hockey game can they play any differently than they're playing now, or they'll be in trouble.
And Plot pushed it off the boards to Armstrong. Took the hit to get it to Plot. And Plot with it. Cross ice. McCabe couldn't hold on. Vakota had gone to the net as well. And the Flyers go back to the attack as Daniel steers it around the boards. Ryan McCabe spins it the other way. Samuelson scrambles to keep it in. LaChance can't hold it. Daniels and LaChance tussle. Armstrong takes a hit from corner. Got it to Vakota. And it looks like Armstrong is shaken up.
Got his head bounced into the glass. Looked like he reached to his forehead. High stick signaled by the referee. Do we have our first penalty?
8:01 remain in the second period. Some attention for Mr. Armstrong on the Islander bench. This game is still scoreless.
Well, if you're going to do a film about something like hockey, you need to use real hockey players. You have to be technically correct.
No. You got to use a wide-angle lens here, like an 18. Think John Frankenheimer.
An 18, you need to make them feel, even though they're not filmmakers, that their suggestions are welcome.
Wide open. Hey, wait, wide open. You go wide open, the whole background's gonna go soft. I've envisioned this as a kind of a Citizen Kane, deep focus kind of feel. I mean, Mike, just, you know, how about this? How about you let me direct, I'll let you act. Right?
Hopefully by the time you've wrapped, you've both provided each other a little insight.
Isn't this a great movie, Tim?
I don't like it when they use the subtitles. It's better when they dub it, you know?
The Independent Film Channel. Call your cable company.
Tough shift for 23-year-old Derek Armstrong. Couple of hits on him. One was in the center ice area. That one he saw just at the last minute. That didn't hurt him, but then he gets crushed here. Boom! Dan Cordick. He's big and he's strong. And he put his head, Armstrong's head, into the glass. You can see now I think it's his cheekbone that made contact with the glass.
You hear the crowd cheering when we came back? That's because the Yankees went in front of the Orioles, and maybe the happiest guy in the building is the guy on the organ here at the Coliseum. Eddie Layton, who also plays the organ at Yankee Stadium. He was pumping away on the keys as soon as that score went up. Right here, no score. 7:50 to go. First period. Travis Green making his seasonal debut. Lifts it to center. Eric King's got it. And King floats it to the net. Garth Snow drops it off for Dykhouse. Dykhouse, a one-time first-round pick of the Chicago Blackhawks. And here's Craig Darby. The ex-Islander snaps one off the blocker of Fischler. Kasparaitis couldn't get it to Palffy. John Druce in the corner for Foster, who was also a one-time #1 pick of the New Jersey Devils. The Islanders got him in the waiver draft from Pittsburgh just before the start of this season. Corey Foster playing his second game. Also played at San Jose last week. Wouldn't you know it, Rich Pilon, the poor guy, is hurt again. More groin problems. Could be a couple of weeks. A dump in by Johansson.
The thing about groins, too, Howie, you just never know how bad you're hurt. You always hope it's not that bad until you really give it a test. And obviously they tested a little harder. He's sore than he was before.
Desjardins with a drive, and that's tipped to the corner. Bertuzzi first on it. Held in by Haller. And now LaChance takes off. Round to Berard. And Berard making his regular season debut here at the Coliseum. Brindamore is tied up in the corner with Johansson. And that allows LaChance free passage. Missed Bertuzzi with a pass. Holler held him up. Maybe an icing here. And it will be as Desjardins comes back to make the touch. Islanders hockey is brought to you by Modell's, the official sporting goods store of the New York Islanders. Call 1-800-ASK Modell's. You gotta go to Mo's.
Couple of good moves coming out of his own end of the ice. Nicholas Anderson. Think about that. He has a nice pace about his play, Howie. In other words, moments ago, he was back in his own end of the ice. He grabbed the puck. Most players would start ahead and then flip it out if they're checked. He didn't. He took it back because he knew he had lots of room and lots of time and hit the defenseman, moving up out of the end of the ice. Didn't hurry anything. Maintain possession of the puck. Those are the things the Islanders have to do. Not make desperate moves and cough up the puck.
See Derek Armstrong back in shape. He'll take the face-off after applying an ice pack. And one of the linesmen, Ron Asseltine, taking a page from Eddie Westfall's book, decides to make some adjustments during the face-off. You had fun with it. You loved throwing a guy out, did you?
Well, it happened to me enough times. I know what the feeling is. I wanted them to share that.
It's amazing how many times they tinker with those markings around the face-off dots, too. This is the latest in a series. We'll talk more about that when we get time, but it's Danny Plott who's tossed.
There's a good example. They are not putting up. I hope it stays that way. It brings the art of face-offs back into the game. Before it was lost.
Kasparaitis couldn't find the puck at first. And Corey Foster spins it around to Armstrong. Fred Platt finished his hit on Kasparaitis. And it's Dan Plott with a dump in. Or Snow directing Terrien to move it. A couple of men on him, but they end up colliding. Armstrong and Vakota. Now Vakota hit behind the net. Over to Armstrong, who kept his legs churning. But out of the zone it goes. See the time remaining in the upper left-hand corner of your screen.
Well, just to finish the thought about face-offs, Howie, or not finish it, but just to add something for the fans. When's the last time in the last maybe 8-10 years you heard about a great face-off man? I mean, if I said to you, who's a great face-off man in today's hockey?
Stan Mikita still playing? Guy Carbonneau's not bad.
A lost art.
Ryan Strudlin, those are a couple of guys you hear about, but not a whole lot. You're right. And you know, when we get a chance, we really have to go over the evolution of these lines in the face-off circles, because every 5 or 10 years they seem to change. Not trying to reinvent the wheel, but just trying to find a perfect system. Big hit behind the play took Peter Svoboda down, and Eric Fischler gobbles up the puck. Just under 5 minutes to go in the first period. The Islanders and the Flyers are scoreless.
We have a wonderful 75 La Couille Cabernet, or an exquisite 58 Le Beau Semillon, or a 62 Je Vous Pinot if you're in the mood for...
No. Enough of that old stuff. Lady and I would prefer something fresh. How about something in a lager? What do you got in a Budweiser from, say, early this month?
Budweiser. Guaranteed fresh with born-on dates.
20 years ago,
the court hereby sentences you to no less than 1 year.
They received a punishment.
You gotta have rules and you gotta have discipline.
Far more than they deserved. Now, they've reunited.
You read The Count of Monte Cristo lately?
In a pact to avenge the past.
I read words like revenge.
Kevin Bacon, Robert De Niro, Dustin Hoffman, Jason Patrick, Brad Pitt.
Payback time.
From the controversial bestseller, Sleepers, rated R. Starts Friday, October 18th.
Well, we're back at the Coliseum, and I got a message to get to a family here tonight. The Griswolds. I got to hustle up here because I'm told the Griswolds are here, all the way from Woonsocket, Rhode Island. Actually, the Griswolds are here. We're talking about Wally and Pam Berard, and 90 members of the friend and family contingent of Brian Berard. And a little different than out in the West Coast. You got a few more supporters here.
Yeah, you're right. A lot more supporters here.
Now, the Griswolds. How did you come up with that name?
We come up with that name because Brian watches a show and it's about the Griswolds, so we figured instead of saying the Barrage, you get nervous, say the Griswolds here, wonder who it is.
Well, we haven't seen Chevy Chase or Beverly D'Angelo. We're looking for Clark, but we got Pam and Wally, and they're anxiously watching their son play his first home game. Fellas?
No score with just under 5 minutes to go in the first period. I don't know about Wally World. It's not Brian World yet. But it's a packed house at the Nassau Coliseum. Environment these people thoroughly enjoy. John LeClaire knocked one down. Keeping the puck in the Islanders zone. Pat Falloon tied up with David Archibald. Puck dribbles to the corner. Howardchuk tried to get it to LeClaire. Janssen on him, but LeClaire got it in front. Only Randy Wood of the Islanders there. And here come the Islanders. Wood tried to get through Dykhouse. Garth Snow helped out, and now Dykhouse has it back on that blind pass attempt. Up the left side comes LeClaire. Over the line, hit by Janssen. Now Falloon, Pat Falloon squeezes one off the glove. Rebound, Brindamore took it wide, which is where he was going in the first place. Out of the corner, Falloon and McCabe come together. LeClaire's got the puck, tries to stuff it, it's on the goal line, and Fischler covers up.
Wow, so close. Fischler's got it, though. It just hesitated long enough for him to get his glove on it. LeClaire, hard to slow him down with a body check. Kenny Janssen tried to do it, slowed him down momentarily. Lots of things happening in this hockey game, the opening game, 25th season. There's LeClaire as he circled the wagons. His wraparound attempt. Look at the puck. In a lot of cases, Howie, goaltenders knocked the puck in. Notice Fischler knew enough not to move anything toward the goal line. Kept his feet still, kept his pad still then, obviously. Didn't make any motions, and then he finally reaches down, gets the glove on it.
John LeClaire's played well despite the fact that he doesn't have a goal yet. And let's face it, the season's only 3 games old for each team.
Yeah.
But he's coming off what could be a career year. And he, of course, just trying to establish himself once and for all.
John LeClaire probably still up in the clouds a little bit. He was on part of it. He was part of that Team USA that won the World Cup.
Jardin sailed it over the net. Sean Podine keeps it alive to Renberg. And Fischler moves the puck to Anderson. 3:40 to go in the opening period. Told you about the Islanders being a little more stingy. 9th in the league in goals against. And I mean, it's ridiculously early to start worrying about comparative statistics. But let's face it, they've played a 1-0 game, a 2-2 game, and a 3-3 game. And the scoring chances have not come in waves as they did a year ago. In fact, the Islanders have not allowed a goal yet in the first period. How many times last year did we see them come out seemingly unprepared, get buried early? Brindamore over the line to Renberg, off the Fischler's blocker, and the rebound clear. Tell you what, he's left a few rebounds tonight. Terrian couldn't get that through a wall. Kasparaitis plays it the other way.
There's times, Howie, when you're going to leave rebounds. I don't care who you are. You could be Patrick Waugh, and you're going to leave rebounds. And in this case, defensemen have to cover up for the goaltender. Berard did a good job. Fischler, they're chanting here, first game. Eric Fischler as he makes a couple of stops here, back-to-back in the first period.
Well, hockey fans, suit up with the Islanders as they take on the toughest opponents in the National Hockey League. Choose from one of their convenient 21-game or 12-game ice packs. See how easily their schedule fits yours. Islanders ticket ice packs include games with the Rangers, Devils, and the best of the NHL. For further information on how to reserve the best available seats, call the Islanders season ticket hotline at 1-800-882-ISLES. That's 1-800-882-ISLES. Tell you what, never even mind the traditional opponents, the divisional rivalries. Forget the Rangers, the Devils, even the Flyers. If you're an Islander fan, you got to root against Toronto this year. Because the Islanders have the Leafs' first-round pick in what could be a very deep draft next spring. A chance for Palffy, who hits the side of the net. Ziggy's got it back. Now it's Foster. He shoots one, and it's gloved and held by Garth Snow.
Good shot by Foster. Corey Foster getting it through. Garth Snow with a good stop, though. He was down on his knees, made the save. Foster talking to Palffy. It was Palffy's pass, and he found Foster moving in from his right point position. Garth Snow, one-time Quebec. Nordy making the save off Corey Foster. Let's take a look. Here's Palffy. He's so tricky. He's so quick. He just dances around, and there's his backhand pass. And from your position, looking through that camera, you almost wonder, who is he passing to? Look at King trying to bottle things up in front, but Snow makes the stop. Desjardins and King push and shove.
And Corey Foster getting a chance now with Rich Pilon out of the lineup for another extended period. Randy Wood was knocked down behind the Flyer net as play starts up. There's Podine. Sean Podine centers. Falloon was well covered by Janssen and the back-checking McInnes.
Yes, good coverage by the Islanders.
Now it's Howardchuk with McCabe on him. Podine in helping, number 25 for the Flyers. Cued ahead by McCabe, and then Wood finds Plott. And Danny Plott gets it deep, takes off after it. Couldn't get around the check of Kevin Holler. Now Plott sneaks back towards the play, pokes it loose. Randy Wood centers one. Off the glass by McInnes. Rebound, Plott gets it in front. McInnes a shot, and Snell the save. Rebound loose. McInnes another shot. They score! Brian Berard was in there too. They were all whacking away at it. The Islanders take a 1-0 lead.
Wow, talk about digging the puck out from behind the other team's net, Howie. That whole sequence. Randy Wood started it by going in offensively. His pursuit of the puck, perfect. He broke up Philadelphia behind the net, and from there, Philadelphia started to run around. Islanders get their first goal. There's Wood behind the net. It was his forechecking, his body checking. There's the pass. McInnes' shot. Snow, good stop. He got it deflected it wide. But pursuit of the puck continues. McInnes a wraparound. Snow a stop. Berard goes in. He knows where to go. There's a shot by McInnes. Everybody down. McInnes again. Islander goal. Marty McInnes. There's Marty McInnes. He had 3 chances at it, but look at the sprawling defenseman, the goaltender. Now you've got Philadelphia running all over the place. That's what you want to do. Create confusion. The Islanders do, and Marty McInnes has made it 1-0.
He and Berard both whacked at that puck simultaneously. Here's Anderson over the line. Shooting one off the stick that winds up in the crowd. Now let's listen. Who's this? All right. You know what I was going to say, Ed? If it was Berard, he probably would have done a dance that might still have been going. 19-year-old exuberance. But Marty McInnes has his first of the year, and the Islanders have a lead.
Isn't it interesting? The guy that did all of the work, created the whole situation, isn't going to get an assist because that's the way the rules work. McInnes from Berard and Plott, 8:32, but it was Randy Wood from the blue line in. Great pursuit of the puck. Something else in this game that the Islanders have been consistent about that they haven't been the first 3 games on the road. Something else in this game that the Islanders have been consistent about that they haven't been the first 3 games on the road, and that's body. Play the body. Good body checking. And I don't mean knocking guys into the seats. I'm talking about eliminating the opposition. And they're playing against one of the biggest teams in the league.
Soft backhander by Brindamore goes wide. In fact, Flyers are the biggest team as far as height and weight concerned, right up there with the Pittsburgh Penguins. Flyers with a slight edge in terms of weight in that category. It just happened to be looking on the computer today.
In their lineup, there are only 2 guys that are less than 6 feet tall, and they're both 5'11". One of them is Pat Falloon, 5'11", 200 pounds, and the other one's Dale Howardchuk, 5'11", 200 pounds.
The average Flyer is 6 feet 2 inches tall, 210.4 pounds. Got a lot of big boys in the purple, black, and white of the Philadelphia Flyers. 12 seconds to go in the period. Darius Kasparaitis, fortunate to get that one past Zubras. Dumped in by Terry and hit by Plott, and the hand starts as the Islanders, playing a good first period, will leave the ice with a 1-0 lead.
Well, the fans expected something, Howie, and they got it. They expected a hustling team, and that's the story of the first period, was the Islanders hustling well here in the first period. Their home opener for the 25th anniversary season.
All right, let's go downstairs right now to Matt Loughlin. Matt?
Well, Howie, a happy group of Islanders coming off the ice after the first period. A late goal by Marty McInnes, and they lead by a score of 1-0. Here during our first intermission, the Maven Stan Fischler will talk with the newest Islander, Travis Green, signing that contract just the other day, in the lineup tonight. We'll also take a look at first period highlights and statistics. We'll also have our Nissan trivia quiz and take a look at the National Hockey League scoreboard. First period has come to an end, and the Islanders are on top by a score of 1-0. Our intermission festivities begin right after this.
New York Islanders hockey on SportsChannel is brought to you in part by your local Chrysler Plymouth dealers and by Discover Card, proud partner of the Smithsonian's 150th anniversary.
Lots and lots, tons and tons of tennis balls. Some of the things that are on my Discover Card statement, I travel quite a bit. Ooh, didn't know that the golf balls were around here. Just relax, enjoy nature, and very good. Lapidochromis, Caeruleus. They don't want to play with me now because I beat them 90% of the time. I'll take out $100 to buy the bait, gas up the boat.
How many credit cards make a statement like that?
Let's see, what else do I have on this?
It pays to Discover. Use it where you see the notice sign.
Any way you play it, the whole new line of Plymouths is a whole lot of fun.
Just because our lives aren't always 9 to 5. And as much as we'd like, she can't be in 2 places at once. Just because a picture is worth 1,000 words, we make sure we can reach her, wherever she is. Just because these days to be together, you have to be a little more creative.
Stop what you're doing, man, it's out of control. It's the New York Knicks, and it's all about soul. The action you just gotta see. It's the New York Knicks.
The New York Knicks take on their crosstown rivals, the New Jersey Nets, in the WTC American Car Care Centers Classic at the Nassau Coliseum on Monday, October 28th. Tickets are on sale now at the Coliseum box office and through Ticketmaster. Don't miss this year's WTC American Car Care Centers Classic, featuring the New York Knicks and the New Jersey Nets.
Go New York, go New York, go! Go New York, go New York, go!
Stan Fischler back here with Travis Green. And Travis, you must have been impressed with the great ceremony just for your return.
Yeah, that was awfully nice of them. I didn't expect it, really.
Well, what was your reaction to the, when you came out, they announced your name. What was your reaction to the fans' reaction to you?
To tell you the truth, I thought there'd be maybe a little bit of a mixed reaction, and that's all right. The fans are all entitled to their own opinion, and I'm just glad to be back.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel a certain vibrancy about this Islander team, not because the club's winning 1-0, but because of the youth. There seems to be more guys pulling together. What do you think?
Well, I mean, I've only been here a day or two, but from what I've seen, the guys are really working hard. You know, we got a young team that's full of life, and everyone in the locker room's real jumpy and just happy to be here almost, but they really work their butt off, and I mean, I think we're going to be all right.
Is this club playing the trap more than it did at this time last year?
Well, I mean, I don't know what we were playing last year at this time, but I think everyone in the league now almost plays a trap when you have to, and when you can go, you go, and that's what we're trying to do. And I mean, right now I'm just trying to fit in and follow my lead, or the lead of my wingers.
Well, we went to 9X Surf in the Aisle for a question for Travis Green. We're going to have this question. There it is, Travis. Do you feel out of shape in any way after this first period? What about it?
Well, Nick, I'd have to say I'm a little bit out of game shape. I mean, skating back with the Junior B team in Castlegar was nice, but it's a little different from the NHL. And I'm just trying to keep it simple, get it in, get it out, and not get scored on.
Do you feel that your reflexes are sharp as on face-offs?
Well, I don't know. Not where I want to be. But, you know, I'm just going to try to work and try to just take it a period at a time, shift at a time, and hopefully bang one in.
What did you think of the way the team played in the first period?
Really well. I thought we did a good job on Marty's goal. They got in there, they worked hard, and that's going to be the way we're going to score a lot of our goals this year.
Well, to echo the sentiments of all the Islander fans, it's good to have you back.
It's great to be back.
Travis Green will have more of the Islander Between Periods show right after this break.
Hi, I'd like to start getting home delivery of the New York Times.
Get a head start on your day by having the New York Times delivered to your home every morning. And if you call now, you'll get 50% off the regular home delivery price.
I enjoy waking up and having the New York Times waiting for me. I know it'll tell me things I won't hear, read, or see anywhere else.
I read Business Day first thing. Gives me the story behind the scenes and who the players are.
For just $3.60 a week, you'll get insights into politics, business, and international news. And each Sunday, you'll get the book review, travel, arts and leisure, week in review, and the celebrated New York Times Magazine.
Hi, I'd like to order home delivery of the New York Times.
Times doesn't just report on the issues, it helps me to understand them. And that's important when I'm making decisions that'll affect my family.
So call now, 1-800-357-4818, and get the New York Times delivered to your home every morning.
I can't imagine starting my day without it.
It's huge. This is enormous.
Oh my gosh.
It's more like, whoa.
It's a big screen TV and a big screen PC that went like this. And whammo, we add the destination.
Gateway 2000 introduces the Destination Big Screen PC, available at Nobody Beats the Wiz.
The keyboard's awesome because it's cordless. No wires. It's the first time I've ever seen anything like this. Where do we get it?
Get, see, and experience Destination at Nobody Beats the Wiz. With 0% financing for 6 months, make your destination Nobody Beats the Wiz.
What are you going to do with your tank of gas?
Welcome back to the Nassau Coliseum, everyone. I'm Matt Loughlin. After one period of play, the Islanders in their home opener on top of the Philadelphia Flyers by a score of 1-0. The goal scored by Marty McGinnis at 18:32. Right now, it's time to check out our Nissan trivia question. Here we go. What is the Islanders' all-time record in home opening games? What is the Islanders' all-time record in home opening games? We'll give you the answer a little later on. More like the second intermission, but we still have more of our first intermission festivities to go. Eric Fischler, Garth Snow between the pipes. The Islanders lead 1-0.
New York Islanders hockey is brought to you in part by the Learning Channel. Adventures for your mind.
Charge! Fight for an empire with the Learning Channel's real history. Striking lethal blows on Conqueror's Week. Attack with Napoleon, a cocky genius destroyed by his own flaws. Raid with Peter the Great, a maniac with a taste for territory and torture. Bold, ruthless, born to rule. Loot and plunder all week. Feel the rush of victory on Real History. Weeknights at 9 Eastern and Pacific on TLC. Adventures for your mind.
We've all got things to do, right? Like pick up the kids, go grocery shopping, move some furniture. Of course, that's after you haul that load of sand for the new sandbox. Now do it all in a Jimmy from GMC. With spacious cargo room, a V6 standard, and plenty of comfort for the long haul. And now with a $299 a month lease with $14.99 down, getting into a Jimmy is even easier. Jimmy from GMC. When you've got to do what you've got to do. See your tri-state GMC dealer today.
In the NHL, the coolest game on earth, the pursuit of a goal is relentless. Here, Adam Oates patrols the offensive zone, searching for loose rebounds.
So we left you, huh?
Not even a note. He sees an opening and makes his move.
You want to talk about it? You know, people say I'm a good listener.
You're offsides.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Introducing the Hilton Optima card from American Express. Now you can earn points towards a free vacation with every purchase, with no annual fee and a low introductory rate. Apply now and start earning points today.
The Islanders looking for their first victory of the season. After one period of play, they lead by a score of 1-0 over the Philadelphia Flyers. Time to check out the TWA scoreboard throughout the National Hockey League. They're in the first in Pittsburgh. The Penguins in Ottawa are knotted at 1 apiece. Meanwhile, in the first, Detroit and Buffalo are scoreless. Elsewhere in the National Hockey League, Montreal leads the Rangers 1-0 in the first. Also in the first, the Devils and Dallas are scoreless. Elsewhere around the National Hockey League, both in the first, Washington leads Los Angeles, Florida on top of Hartford. And as we continue our look at the TWA scoreboard, 3-1 Tampa Bay lead over Toronto in the first. Later on tonight in Phoenix, the Coyotes take on the Mighty Ducks. 10:30 starts in Vancouver, also in San Jose. And that's a check of the TWA National Hockey League scoreboard. It's 1-0 after one here. For a look at highlights and a check of some statistics of the first 20 minutes, let's rejoin Howie and Ed. Fellas?
Here's the highlight right here. I feel so underdressed. I feel like asking for an hors d'oeuvre, you know?
Well, I'll get you one.
All right, listen, he's pumped up. He should be. He's an ambassador. And in the first period, you could tell with a sellout crowd, home opener, the Islanders were really pumped up as well.
Oh, they were. And, you know, a lot of people wonder whether or not the fans have an effect on a team. Well, if you watch these Islanders play the first period, you have to know that you, the fans, had a big effect on this hockey club.
Yeah, and it showed in a couple of body checks that the Islanders threw in that first period. David Archibald first.
David Archibald, and these are open ice hits for some of them. They're beautiful hit, and that's what you have to do. I was saying earlier, you don't have to eliminate a guy by putting him in the seats. You have to get in his way, bump into him. That's an agonizing way to play a hockey game, Howie, is when somebody's in your face all the time. Look at here, Kenny Johnson. That's on John LeClaire. LeClaire's 6'3", 220 pounds.
Late in the period, the Islanders broke through with the first goal of the night. It came from Marty McInnes.
Well, you can't give enough credit to Randy Wood. He started the play at the blue line, followed it into the end of the rink, and then kept it going alive. He and Dan Plant. There's the puck to the front of the net. Marty McInnes, a wraparound. Now they got Philadelphia diving and climbing it. They're frustrated at this point. They finally get a hold of the puck, and wham, while it looked like Berard, it was actually Marty McInnes with his first goal of the season. Take another look from behind the net, over top. That was the play out in front. Now things break down. Trying to get a hold of the puck, Garth Snow couldn't. There's a shot by McInnes. Pulls it back, and there you can see him shovel it towards the net and into the net.
And let's not forget the other end of the ice either, because Eric Fischler was called on more than once.
He was, and this was just after a couple of hits by the Islanders. And John LeClaire, he's big, he's strong, he's very agile, got what they call the soft hands. And he wraps one around, but Eric Fischler is able to corral it.
He stopped all 9 shots the Flyers threw at him. The Islanders put 7 on Garth Snow. One of them crossed the goal line. And so Fischler and the Islanders will take a 1-0 lead into the second period. We'll have it after this.
New York Islanders hockey on SportsChannel is brought to you in part by your local Toyota dealer. Toyota, I love what you do for me.
We could not deny the RAV4 our top ranking.
The RAV4 breaks expected molds.
The RAV4 rides a great deal better than many a sedan.
Handling in both RAV4 models is excellent.
The all-new RAV4 recreational activity vehicle starts at only $14,948. Maybe we should start calling it the Rave 4.
Driving it is great fun.
20 years ago,
the court hereby sentences you to no less than 1 year.
They received a punishment.
You gotta have rules and you gotta have discipline.
Far more than they deserved. Now, they've reunited
Count of Monte Cristo lately.
in a pact to avenge the past.
I read words like revenge.
Kevin Bacon, Robert De Niro, Dustin Hoffman, Jason Patrick, Brad Pitt.
Payback time.
From the controversial bestseller, Sleepers, rated R. Starts Friday, October 18th.
On Saturdays, your customers can receive 2-day packages from FedEx. Cost? An extra $10.
On Saturdays, your customers can receive 2 to 3 day priority mail packages from the U.S. Postal Service. Cost? $3. And there's no extra charge.
On Saturdays, your customers cannot receive 2-day packages from UPS. Sorry.
So, what's your priority? Priority mail from the U.S. Postal Service.
Stop what you're doing, man, it's out of control. It's the New York Knicks, and it's all about soul. The action you just gotta see. It's the New York Knicks.
The New York Knicks take on their crosstown rivals, the New Jersey Nets, in the WTC American Car Care Centers Classic at the Nassau Coliseum on Monday, October 28th. Tickets are on sale now at the Coliseum box office and through Ticketmaster. Don't miss this year's WTC American Car Care Centers Classic, featuring the New York Knicks and the New Jersey Nets.
Go New York, go New York, go! Go New York, go New York, go!
This copyrighted telecast is presented by the authority of the New York Islanders, and it's intended solely for the private, non-commercial use of our audience. Any publication, reproduction, retransmission, or other use of the pictures, descriptions, and accounts of this game without the express written consent of the Islanders and SportsChannel is prohibited.
Hey, this Monday, which is October the 14th at 11 o'clock, guy on the left will probably, oh, you know what, it's Columbus Day. He won't be in school, so everybody can come to the Islanders hosting of the premiere screening of the NHL home video Never Say Die. 25 years with the New York Islanders, and immediately following the screening, the fans can watch the Islanders practice as they get ready for Thursday night's game against Hartford. Tickets $4, and they may be purchased at the Coliseum box office or Ticketmaster, with all net proceeds to benefit I'll Make a Difference, the Islanders charity awareness program. Well, there's the goal scorer, Marty McInnis, right smack in the middle of our first period scoring summary, brought to you by Chase. McInnis and Berard both took whacks at that puck, but with Brian Berard still looking for his first National Hockey League goal, I would think there'd be no doubt when he scores it based on the celebration, right?
No, you're exactly right. But I think that's a great example. When you think of Marty McInnis, he was playing on the first line, went to the fourth line. He had all kinds of opportunities in the first 3 games, how he had a lot of ice time, premier ice time, a lot of power play time, and was not able to put any points up. But you can see what the hard work of people will do. Wood down there working behind the net, Dan Plant. I mean, these are trench guys doing their job. They're doing it in their own end. They're also doing it offensively. End result, Marty McInnis gets a scoring opportunity and buries it.
And you see Andreas Johansson. He's played left wing the first 3 games. He's in the middle here with Anderson and Bertuzzi, Johnson and McCabe back. And the Flyers, who control the puck, feature Desjardins with the puck. Defense with Holler, Kevin Holler, number 5, Brindamore, Leclerc, and Falloon are the forwards. They get started in the second period with the Islanders up 1-0. Kenny Janssen tried to feather it over the red line, but Brindamore slides it back in the play offside just 27 seconds into this period.
There's Kenny Janssen. A lot of people critical of the way he has played so far this season. Hasn't been the sparkling and dashing player that everybody expected. And most people would admit, and I'm sure that he would if you had a quiet conversation with him, that his early games after the trade with Toronto were his best. And there, at his best always, Terry Murray. Led the Philadelphia Flyers the last 2 years to their divisional championship, conference champions last year.
Woody, Keith Atkins on the left. Did Terry Murray roll his eyes when and if you asked him about when Eric Lindros is coming back?
No, I wouldn't ask him.
Oh, see, I went for it. He says, oh, not another one. I said, tired of talking about him, huh?
Yeah, I heard him say yes. And the reality of it all is that they're not sure. I mean, it's not indefinite, but it's sooner the better. But this is an injury that they do not want to hurry. And no one knows better about that particular injury than the backup goaltender for Philadelphia in this hockey game tonight, Ron Hextall. Yeah. Remember all the trouble he had?
I mentioned Lindros had acupuncture treatment from his personal physician up in London, Ontario. Eric says he hopes to skate within about 5 days or maybe the end of next week. Flyers control the puck in the Islanders zone. Leclerc, number 10. Check file a chance. That's Corey Foster playing it up high and out of the zone. Peter Svoboda, number 23. Flyers were changing. Falloon just got back to the bench, and here's Renberg firing one, and a stick save by Fischler. Howard chuck behind the net. Prevented from centering it through by King. King takes it to the corner. 2 men on him. Now it's Foster around to LaChance. Foster missed the return pass. King in position to chip it up the boards, and Danny Plunk gets it the rest of the way down. 1-0 New York, 2 minutes at the end of this second period. Ristarian didn't connect with a receiver, and so Brian Berard has the puck for an icing call.
We're talking about Eric Lindros, Howie, and there's a stat that is very, I guess, eye-opening when you look at the good-looking Eric Lindros. What he means to the Philadelphia Flyers. Think in terms that when he's in the lineup, Philadelphia wins 126 games. They lose 88 and tie 31. When he is not in the lineup, they win 20 games. They lose 29 and tie 7. So there's a big difference when he's in the lineup and when he isn't. Only goes to say that the Islanders have a much better opportunity of beating this hockey club opening day when he is hurting.
I'll tell you what, he's been hurting every year that he's been in the NHL, and sometimes it's just a nagging little thing. He's had knee problems, had the groin problem, had shoulder problems, more like neck area problems, but a big guy like that who absorbs so much contact and draws so much attention, probably going to have to learn to deal with that his entire career.
You never stop learning, and one of the things he probably has to learn is that he can't be a self-appointed destruction crew on every team every night.
Here's Bertuzzi trying to make a play, uses his strength, but couldn't get it in front. Actually hit his own man Anderson. Now Johansson trying to hit Kasparaitis with a pass. Kasper had jumped into the play, couldn't hold on to it. And now Johansson back to the neutral zone. Even when the Islanders have lost the puck, they've gotten back well, and here they are again controlling it.
That's the secret, Howie. You just put your finger on the pulse, because when you don't have the puck, you've got to get into position quickly in the center ice area. Islanders offside that time, but finish the statement in a moment.
Well, we do want to tell you that Islanders hockey is brought to you by Budweiser, the king of beers, who remind you that friends know when to say when.
We saw Todd Bertuzzi a moment ago in the center ice area. He turned and went back towards his own net, allowed his teammates to clear the end, controlled the puck, then spotted one of them, made the pass to him, took the offense from a defensive position in the center ice area to the offense, forcing Philadelphia to back up. They went offside on the play, but Todd Bertuzzi, smart move. Here you look at him now. See him turn, looking up ice, confident. There's the pass, and away go the Islanders. Now they're sprung loose in the center ice area. Well, they had a little problem chipping it around at first, but they're in control. Not outnumbered. That was the offside play that we have a face-off now as a result of.
And another pretty good example of something Clark Gillies was talking about this morning regarding Todd Bertuzzi. Make the first pass and then get going, head of steam, so that they can get him the puck on the move, on the fly.
Exactly, and make that first pass on the guy's tape, as they say. You noticed the Islanders just a moment ago making a poor pass in the center ice area, and now we get a stoppage of play. The offense then has to be halted at the Philadelphia blue line. We're now at 2 in a row, offside. Back checking for the other team. They used to call that. Don't be helping the other team. You're supposed to be backing them up. Keep pressure on them, and you can't do that unless you make the passes well. And Travis Green, of course, is timing. He's talking to Stan Fischler between the first and second period, talking just about that. You know, it's hard to tell right now. I'm not in good condition. I know that going in. My timing isn't there. And there was a good example of it.
Practiced with a junior team up in the Toronto area the last little while before he finally signed. Derek King had a good line before. He said, well, they saw me at center for 3 games and decided they had to sign Travis. Islanders leading 1-0. Early stages of the second period. Travis Green was bumped off the puck in the corner. Now it's Zubris, number 9, couldn't clear it past LaChance, but the Flyers have it back. We talked about pass work, that one missed as well. Now Zubris has it back. Dinas Zubris, at 18 years of age, youngest player in the National Hockey League for the Flyers. And here he is in center, hit by LaChance. And now the Islanders try to play it back in, but Palffy couldn't get it past Terrien. So LaChance hustles back into the Islanders zone. Puck bounces at the feet of McCabe. He's hemmed in by Pat Falloon. Coming over last year from the San Jose Sharks. One-time #1 pick of that then expansion franchise. Vic Pacoda and Svoboda in the corner. So are Armstrong and Dykhouse. Pacoda right back on it. Armstrong digging. Stepping in front of him is Rod Brindamore. The Flyers to the attack. Svoboda to Leclaire. Leclaire a drive and a stick save by Fischler.
That's just put your head down and drive it as hard as you can at the net. Fischler saw the shot coming, braced himself in the right position to take it away from 51 goal scorer last year, John Leclaire.
Svoboda was tied up with Brindamore behind the net. And as Svoboda tried to make the move, he tripped over a skate, and that's why we've got the whistle. So 4:28 gone in the second. Still 1-0 Islanders.
Right this way, Mr. Harrison. Here's your junior suite. Oh, excuse me. Right over here, sir.
This is your lights?
Oh, and this is the famous Budweiser beer. Our exclusive Beechwood aging produces a taste, a smoothness, and a drinkability you'll find in no other beer at any price. At any price. At any price. Thank you, sir. Enjoy your stay in New York.
New York? How well do you know your Bud?
Know your Bud.
You may face some stiff penalties with a checking account at a big New York bank if your balance falls below the huge minimum, for using an ATM, for writing a check. So you may want to open a classic checking account at Home Federal. Balance is down to $100? No penalty. Want to use our ATMs or write a check? No penalty. Hey, it's only fair. At Home Federal, you don't have to go far to get far.
There's a close-up look at Darius Kasparaitis. Trying to be not so friendly a ghost. Never seen him really tie into anybody yet, Howie, in the 3+ games that we've done.
Well, maybe he's being talked down to a placid tone by a guy who's been living with him. Alexei Zhamnov spending some time with his pal Kasparaitis. You see that JJC? We'll show it to you again when we get another opportunity. It's a superstitious set of initials that are designed to wish this team good luck, according to the new equipment manager of the Islanders, Joe McMahon. Good luck and good health. And I still haven't been able to pry the information loose from Joe McMahon of exactly what JJC stands for. Good save by Snow on a hard shot by McInnes. Kenny Janssen threw it at the net. It hit Snow. Now Brindamore trying to skip around some traffic. Tied up by McInnes. Marty McInnes has those legs moving a little better tonight. Never even mind the goal.
Wow, what a break for the Islanders. A 4-on-2 rush by Philadelphia, and they go offside. John Leclerc puts his head up and says, oh my gosh, what are we doing this?
Well, he's without his regular centerman, Eric Lindros.
Oh, yeah. Well, take a look. This is the blue-collar line, we could call it. This is the line that created the goal in the first period for the Islanders. And here they get caught a little bit. There's 4 Philadelphia red shirts heading up the ice. And look at the breaks going on by Leclerc. Offside. Guinness, Wood, all caught in the offensive zone. But you know, that's okay, Howie. There's nothing wrong with that as long as you've got one guy to come back and help the defense, or you've got Philadelphia hitting each other with body checks, as we just saw behind the Islander net.
Which sends Anderson in over the line. The pass missed by Johansson, who's tied up with Terrien. Nicholas Anderson has it back. Good move to get some room. Comes in front. Anderson, a backhander. Save, rebound, Palffy, and he missed the net. Palffy missed upstairs. And the Flyers clear the zone.
Wow, Trent Klatt with a big mistake on the defense of Philadelphia. The Islanders couldn't capitalize.
Here's Nicholas Anderson. Swinging around the boards all the way to Palffy. Palffy couldn't hold it. And Dan Kordic for Philadelphia had nobody in sight when he let that puck go, but luckily for him, icing's waved off. 6 minutes gone here in the second period. 1-0 Islanders. Zubras with a move. Zubras over the line. Rolling it through the slot. Drusik gone to the net. But the puck winds up in the far corner. LaChance gets to it. And Scott LaChance flips it off the wall all the way down. They wave icing off. So Sloboda has to hustle. Or checking was Wood. He was tied up with Dykhouse, and the Flyers get it back into the Islanders zone. Kasparaitis first to get it. Zubras on him. Darius Kasparaitis up in the middle. Couldn't be held by Armstrong. Kevin Holler, number 5 for the Flyers. Cross-ice Dykhouse. Armstrong finished his check on him. Here's Renberg shooting one off of Kasparaitis. Where's the puck? Cleared away by Berard. Desjardins holds it in. Down behind the net, Brian Berard has it back. And here's Berard to Randy Wood on right wing, but he couldn't hold it. And Kevin Holler back in the Flyers zone to Desjardins. Up now to Howard Chuck. Trying to get Podine on the move. He gets to it as Berard takes the body and Kasparaitis takes the puck. Whips it hard around. Held in by Renberg. Eric King with Renberg in the corner. Renberg using his strength. Now gets a pick. But lost the puck, and here's Plot moving it ahead to King with one man back. Derek King with a drive off of Snow. Now to the near boards. Plot throws it back towards the goal line. Berard has it. Berard centers. It's missed by Green. King hustles, smacks it off the end boards. And only Holler of the Flyers there. Kevin Holler tugged at by King as he plays it around the net. Fischler stops it for McCabe. The Flyers changing on the fly. 12:14 to go, second period. 1-0 New York. King with a dump in. Green, McCarron. He shoots one off of Snow. Rebound, score! Derek King, and it's 2-0 Islanders.
You had to get the feeling, Howie, because the Islanders have maintained the tempo that they had in the first period here in the second. They're beating the Philadelphia Flyers to a lot of pucks. They're controlling the center ice area, which they did against the Ottawa Senators. for 2+ periods, and then they let the Senators out of the trap, and they tied it. But here, watch the play as it develops in the Islanders' end of the ice. Some good passing here, some good positional play. Watch this, off the end boards. Who says shooting it in doesn't work? Travis Green with a shot, rebound, hammered in. Beautiful play. Derek King, his second goal of the season, a 2-0 Islander lead. Beautiful play off the end boards. Good hustle by Travis Green. He read the play perfectly. Watch the bench here. Everybody's going to enjoy it. On this bench, this is the Islander bench. All right.
And the Islanders look for more, but they go off sides at the Philadelphia line. So we'll step out as Derek King's second goal of the year from Green, giving the Islanders a 2-0 lead.
Thank you. I check a lot of bags for TWA. Send them to places like JFK and LAX. Now I'm checking quite a few to CUN, LAS, even YYZ. Along with those to PBI, MCI, and MLI. Way overpacked for MCO. More like DEN or something.
For over 90 cities worldwide, think Trans World Airlines. We're up to something good.
SFO, SAN, SRQ, SNA, SEA.
Hey, kid, could you fax these for me? Thanks a lot. Can you file these for me? 200 copies of these before you leave.
Too busy to watch the game? SportsChannel Lite is a 30-minute condensed version of the day's best game every night at 11.
Thanks, kid. You're really going places.
SportsChannel Lite. How to make the game when you can't make the game.
Derek King, there he is on the bench. Let's take a look at the chase cam and see what that tells us. Here's Derek King. He took a pass from Berard and then developed it from here. There's the play coming out of the Islanders' end. Beautiful pass up onto the tape. Now Derek King, look here. There he is. He's got the puck. He'll work up here, drive it into the corner. Drive it into the corner. And the rest is history as Travis Green walked in, played it off the end boards.
Here's LeClaire with McKay back. John LeClaire centered, broken up, rebound chipped. It's at Fischler's right pad. He doesn't see it. It's still loose. And finally, Fischler covers up. And we get a skirmish right in front of the Islander goal.
Not a big mistake. Could have been a costly one, Howie, but the Islanders a little slow to cover up. They were a little slow to pick up the late man coming into their own end of the ice. Kenny Johnson, I'm not sure whether he was tired or he just didn't see the player quickly enough as Philadelphia. It looked as though it was a one-on-one. Philadelphia player comes up, tries to make it a 2-on-1, gets picked up. There's Marty McGinnis doing a good job back-checking. Shel Samuelson. You see Kenny Johnson, number 3 in white. He was a little late getting to him. Shel Samuelson has the speed of the QE2 and the same turning radius. I just couldn't figure out how come it took him so long to catch up to him. But we have seen Shel Samuelson in the past do some damage to the Islanders because he is fairly mobile for a big man of 6'6".
Well, you heard the crowd chanting Fischler a moment ago, and Eddie, I don't want to belabor this point because it's been made a couple of times already, but I think there's more enthusiasm and genuine passion in this building tonight than I've seen in a long time.
No, you're absolutely correct. It started right from the ceremonies. They did a wonderful job on that, and then was carried on to the ice where it's most important. But the other thing, here we go.
Now, this will get the fans worked up a little bit as Mick Vukota and Dan Kordic square off. And that's all they've done so far. That makes a pretty picture. How about that?
Jeff Daniels, I believe, is the guy that was squaring off.
Vukota and Scott Daniels.
Scott Daniels, we got everybody's name on him, but the right one. Scott Daniels, he was with the Hartford Whalers.
Remember,
signed here as a free agent.
He put a hit last year in this building on Todd Bertuzzi, who had his head down when he made a move at center ice, and I mean, he drilled Todd Bertuzzi, gave him a concussion with that. Well, anyway, we've talked about all the enthusiasm in the building tonight. A lot of it has to do with the impending change of ownership, and we asked John Spano if the team is going to stay on the island.
I won't comment on the deal itself. I feel that's not fair until it's done. Personally, it will stay on Long Island. I wouldn't come back here. I do live in Texas, but I'll spend a great deal of time here. I wouldn't do this deal if I had any intentions of moving the team. There's just too much. There's too much history. The market is too strong. The environment is, as you can see over the last few days, has been wonderful. The people have gotten back behind the organization. I've had calls in my office in Dallas, fans telling me what to do. I mean, I had the Save the Islanders Coalition gentleman call me, and I spoke with him, and I'll tell you, it was a wonderful conversation. The fans here are incredible. People have sent fan letters to my office. I mean, I didn't have any of that happen in the 2 other deals. Hockey is so important out here.
The other 2 deals he's talking about, Howie, he had a deal all but done with Wayne Huizenga of the Florida Panthers, and that fell through. And then he had the same thing with Norm Breen and the Dallas Stars, and that fell through. And that's what he's talking about, the other 2 deals to purchase hockey clubs.
John Spano properly recognized the fans who have created all the passion and enthusiasm in this building tonight. And it's been said several times just this evening alone, but the fans have always been there. They've wanted a reason to come to the games, and for a lot of reasons over the last number of years. They haven't felt that way, but just based on their presence and energy tonight, I don't think there's going to be any problem getting people in here at all, especially once some more capital is pumped into the operation and people realize that the Islanders will be able to compete for new talent as well as with the kids that they've drafted and signed already.
Well, just look at what the team is doing right in this hockey game. I mean, they've played Philadelphia off balance, and look at the coverage right here. That's those things, all the little things that make up a hockey game. It's the spirit, and if everybody kind of catches on to the spirit, which it seems the players, the players are going to be responsible for bringing this franchise back with the help of somebody.
You know, Eddie, I saw it with the Mets in the late 70s and early 80s. The franchise had basically become moribund, and the ballpark was in disrepair, and the ownership was underfinanced, and so they finally sold the team. And although it took a few years, when things came together, all of a sudden that franchise, which had drawn well under 1 million the last year of the old ownership, set a New York City baseball attendance record several years into the new regime. The fans didn't vanish, they didn't go away, they were waiting for ample reason to come out, and I think this is a pretty good example as you look right now of the type of energy that there is on Long Island for this hockey club.
So far, this team hasn't sagged a minute in the hockey game, and that's the energy level that they're going to have to play with. And then, of course, you can add some players in and out of the lineup that are going to strengthen the players you already have, and that's what's important. When you think back to this franchise 25 years ago, I mean, the fans were behind this team from the beginning, and it only got better and better and better, and then all of a sudden, it went into cardiac arrest, and there's a lot of reasons. There's enough blame for everybody, but why not deal on the positive? It's as if this franchise here in one day has almost been revived. These fans, if this team maintains this energy level and plays the kind of hockey they're playing now, these fans will go home and have been treated to quite a hockey game.
A symbolic bypass operation was performed over the last 48 hours. We're at 4-on-4 here because of Vakota and Daniels drawing unsportsmanlike conduct penalties for the fight that never was. I've seen referees give delay of game penalties in similar situations, which the players find especially humiliating. But with that 2-minute penalty, Mick Vakota passed one of your contemporaries, at least early on in your career, Eddie, Ted Lindsay, in penalty minutes. And that's saying something. Here's Sean Podine snapping one off a stick, winds up atop the twine. And they get the whistle as it sticks to the net. Stan Fischler is standing by downstairs with a special guest.
I have Clark Gillies with me. And Clark, I'm wondering whether this team reminds you of one of the early teams that you played on.
Well, they're working very hard tonight. I got to give them credit. They've made very few mistakes, which is one of the things going to help them win. They have to eliminate mistakes. They're working hard. They're making good of their opportunities, and they're just a young team that has to be entertaining, and they're going to get their opportunities. So I'm excited.
How do you feel about the fact that your jersey is going to be retired?
It's the biggest honor that could ever be bestowed upon me. I mean, you play here and you play hard, and then when they honor you with something such as that, it's a big thrill, and I'm looking forward to it.
You're working with Todd Bertuzzi. Any other guys in the team you're going to work with?
I like to work with a lot of them. They're good kids, and I think they all are willing to learn and work hard, and I'm looking forward to having a few laughs with the guys.
Thanks, Clark. Take it away, Howie.
All right, Stan, Clark, Bill Samuelson shot one wide to the right side of Eric Fischler. 12 seconds left to the 4-on-4. Corey Foster dump Trent Platt. And now Marty McGinnis for the Islanders. Drops it for LaChance. Now the team's at full and equal strength as that shot sails right to Snow. Tricky Karam. Islanders control it, but it couldn't be handled by McGinnis. Dakota tried to sweep it to him, and well, there won't be any delay or unsportsmanlike conduct here. This time, Dakota and Daniels decide to get things settled. Although right now it's just a tug of war, and Dakota falls down on top. That usually means you win, right? He who falls first loses, I think.
Well, I think they had something they wanted to prove to each other. I don't think they proved it, but anyway, they were going to get another chance at it. Well, they'll go back. The seats are already warm, so it's back to the sin bin. You had to know that. I mean, they just came out of the penalty box a few minutes ago. They had probably made an engagement while they were in their respective penalty benches and fulfilled it when they got back out on the ice.
They must have been awfully frustrated when they were separated the first time without so much as locking arms. So they got that much out of their system, and Mike Milbury's concern is much greater and much more significant, having to do with the game. The Islanders lead. And here's Corey Foster in a conversation with the Islanders coach.
He's made some good moves in this hockey game, offensively and defensively so far, as Mike Milbury, him talking. Generally, and you know what you do when you're sitting on the bench as well? When he's talking to one player, players around him are all listening to exactly what he's saying, because it may affect them as well.
Islanders control the puck now as Kenny Janssen played it ahead. Holler couldn't slip it through a couple, and Leclerc has it back. Stood up at the line by McCabe. Good play one-on-one by Brian McCabe.
That's exactly it, Howie. And you see, McCabe didn't knock him over. He just pushed him off balance.
Whoa, Archibald. 9-1 off the stick of Snow. Archibald to McGinnis in the corner. Now to Wood. Oh, Holler from behind. Just hit Randy Wood. Looks like the cross-check is being signaled by referee Dan Marawelli, but that a potentially dangerous hit from behind. We'll see if it's 2, 4, or more. Either way, the Islanders will have a power play when we get back. 8:43 to go in the second period in the home opener. It's 2-0, New York.
Celebrate 25 years of pride, tradition, and great hockey action. For tickets, call 1-800-882-ISLES.
The Islanders with the 2-0 lead here in the second period. You know, throughout the broadcast, we've talked about the comments made by the prospective new owner, John Spano, as it relates to this franchise. And a little bit of an unscientific, clearly, but an unscientific poll talking to some of the fans about what they've read in the paper the last few days. Fellas, they're very positive. In fact, one fan said to me, hey, it's about time. This team seems to have a game plan. They've got some players in place. They've got some ownership with some good ideas and apparently some deep pockets. I haven't found a negative voice among them. They're all 100% behind John Spano.
All right, Matt, the Islanders to a 2-minute power play. Janssen's drive blocked by the stick of Podine, who clears it up the left side.
Interesting, Howie. Travis Green got thrown out of the face-off. Guess who took it and won it? Right, Eric King.
Holler was given a 2-minute cross-checking penalty at 11:17. So the Islanders to their first power play of the night. In fact, the first power play of the night. Islanders just 1 for 19 with the man advantage. Here's Sean Podine. Podine tied up with King, but it's Podine with a good play to hold on and beat Svoboda. His drive hit a stick, and Berard has it back.
You got to know that the Philadelphia Flyers are going to be aggressive penalty killing, which means they're coming into your face in the offensive zone for them. Here they go again.
Here's a drive off the skate of Fischler. Good shot by John Bruce. Puck sits in the corner. And Travis Green gets it to Berard. Well, the Flyer penalty killers last year scored 4 times against the Islanders. Derek King pulls up in the Philadelphia zone. Low percentage pass still reaches Green. And that high shot is gloved by Garth Snow. So we get a whistle for a faceoff.
There's a look. Travis Green. Little timing problem, little conditioning problem. Castlegar, BC, junior B team, not exactly the level that gets you ready for the NHL. At least it was something. Now they got Marty McGuinness with Bertuzzi and Palffy up front for the Islanders. McCabe and Scott LaChance will be the point men.
46 seconds remain to the power play for the Islanders. And the Islanders' Todd Bertuzzi just got there ahead of Samuelson, but ultimately the puck cleared all the way down by big Chris Therien. Fischler lets it go as McCabe chips it to the corner. A chance and Brindamore battle. And it comes to Bertuzzi. Quickly to McInnes over the line with Palffy on the left. McInnes centers one that Palffy missed. He was a little past the net. Now here's LaChance to McInnes. Slapped away by that big reach of Therien. Flyers trying to clear. Now John LeClaire with an opportunity, but he gave it away to LaChance. Here's Palffy trying to spread the offense out. McInnes behind the net. Curled it the other way. Nobody was expecting it. Penalty is about to expire. It does. Fowler back on the ice. Teams at equal strength. Palffy center score! McInnes! Marty McInnes makes it 3-0 Islanders.
If you're a forward on the ice or a defenseman and Ziggy Palffy gets a hold of the puck, get in the open. Get there quickly. You're going to get the puck, and that's exactly what happened. I thought the Islanders were going to get called for a hand pass. And here's Palffy stepping into the middle. There he is. Marty McInnes, and he hammers it home, one-timing it. Wow, I guess so. McInnes, his second of the hockey game, second of the season, and an Islander 3-0 lead.
And Marty McInnes, an emerging storyline tonight because he was demoted off the first line, and Mike Milbury was mildly critical of him before the game. In fact, this morning saying that Marty's play had leveled off at a mediocre rate. That wasn't acceptable. And so McInnes taken off the first line with a return of Travis Green, and perhaps Mike Milbury's words have been heeded as Marty McInnes' second goal of the night has given the Islanders a 3-0 lead. Only once last year had McInnes scored 2 in a game.
Well, that's one way to get an individual and his team collectively into the season big time.
And now that Marty McInnes has 2 goals in the game, should he get another for the hat trick, Discover Card will donate $500 to the local chapter of the Make-A-Wish Foundation. So McInnes is second from Palffy and Bertuzzi at 13-25. Makes it 3-0 New York. Coming up on 6 minutes to go in the second period. Craig Darby hit by Randy Wood. Quick turn back towards Wood. Podine breaks that up. Look at the Islanders flood the neutral zone there.
Well, they are there. It's nice to watch them now. They've kept the level again, and I remind the fans watching at home, I talked about that early in the hockey game, and they have maintained a level of play that's allowed them to gain scoring opportunities.
Fans are chanting, "We want Hextall." Ron Hextall, the Flyer backup goalie for tonight, but out with the flu. Dominic Roussel was called up. Rest the other night against Los Angeles. And a good shot by John Bruce is stopped by Fischler. That is Hextall on the Philadelphia bench.
There's Ronnie Hextall talking to him before the hockey. He said, you know, I really don't feel that bad. I'm a little weak. Got the bug. It's got me good. And says I'll be ready. They play back home tomorrow night. So he's going to play in that hockey game. And last season, the home opener here. Philadelphia Flyers shut out the Islanders 3-0.
Maybe the biggest cheer tonight, other than for on-ice activities, score from Montreal, where the winless Rangers are trailing the Canadiens 4-0 in the second period. That's why these guys are up. It's a party here tonight, isn't it?
Oh, wow. What a way to open the season. Islanders. Somebody asked me when we came out of the dressing room, you know, what do you say to a team? You're standing there in a tuxedo, they're in their uniforms getting ready to go out and play a hockey game. You know what I said?
I give up.
Have fun. No, really. Hockey's supposed to be fun. And you know me, I always have to end it with something like, it's not that serious, guys. If you have fun, you'll win. Because you're wearing short pants and a garter belt, so it's how serious can it be?
So what's a tuxedo?
Yeah,
who's laughing at whom?
Yeah. Have fun, that's right. Everybody has fun then.
Well, I don't say this in a particularly patronizing way, but I can remember all the years covering as a radio reporter the teams you played on. You're always smiling after the game.
Having fun.
Here's Michael Rinberg curling back to the line, floats one that hits a leg in front and is scooped up by Plot. And he Plot to the red line. Tried to lift that ahead, but it was offsides, and so will step out. 4:46 to go in the second period here at the Coliseum. It's the Islanders 3, the Flyers nothing.
And now from Paris, from Milan, from St. Louis.
Introducing a new look from Budweiser, born on dating. It's the day your Bud was born, because fresh beer tastes better.
Nice label.
Thanks.
Separate houses couldn't keep us apart.
Are you there? Over?
Or separate hiding places.
I'm here. Over.
Not even separate rows in the classroom. But now that we have separate lives, things are different. So I call. Just because we've always had something to say to each other. And we've always found a way to say it.
Play well, get lots of ice time. Lead Dan Blunt as he went off the ice. Out comes Randy Wood. McGinnis. Armstrong. There we are, the Chrysler League leaders. Short-handed points. Anderson, Brindamore, Blunt, Kasparaitis.
Anderson had a short-handed goal in Ottawa the other night. We mentioned the Flyers last year with 4 short-handed goals against the Islanders. Flyers won the season series a season ago, 4-1 with 1 tie. And we mentioned that they started things off in the home opener last year with a 3-0 win, but it's the Islanders up by 3 here. Centering feed from Brindamore that was one-handed by Zubris and covered by Janssen. I think that one deflected off the helmet of the referee, Dan Maruelli, as Janssen spun it around.
Last couple of shifts, Kenny Janssen, much better hockey. He struggled a little bit, but last 2 or 3 shifts out, he has played much better. You never know what it is that gets him on track. Something maybe one of the coaches said, maybe one of his teammates said, that you know, makes him realize that something he's either out of position or his level of play, his intensity level isn't as high as everybody else's.
You know, that's an interesting point. Did you feel more challenged by criticism levied from a teammate than even the coach?
Yeah, because if it, ooh, there's a deflection. Yeah, if in a conversation with a teammate, it made you realize,
legitimate criticism.
Oh no, absolutely, and you know, you're all in that thing together, and you know, you have to play as a team, and you're only as weak as the weakest link, you know, in that kind of thing, and it works. It really does, because it's not to be critical.
Marty McInnis to the line. Now McCabe snaps one over the net. Remember, Marty McInnis looking for the hat trick now. He's got 2 of the Islanders' 3. 4 minutes to go in the second period. 3-0 New York. Stick check by Kenny Janssen.
Yeah, that was a good move on Brindamore.
Now Leclerc behind the net, knocked down. Fischler gets back to position. Puck is behind him, behind the net. Now it's fallen on. I believe it's Janssen who's on top of it. And we got the whistle with 3:48 to go. Looking at a birthday guy.
We're here, Randy Wood, right, 33 years of age today. Looking for a place, having trouble, trying to find a 4-bedroom home to rent. said, you want furniture or no furniture? He said, no, I got lots of furniture, but he said, we're getting to the point now where I'll take it with the furniture or without the furniture. So anybody who's got a 4-bedroom house, they want to rent it, Randy Wood is looking for one.
I'll tell you what, I'll bet you get some response to that.
Maybe. I'll probably contact him through the Islanders office. But no, that's always been a problem for a lot of players. I mean, he has an extended family and needs the room. And the sooner he can find a place, the sooner he get his family here.
He wasn't sure where he was going to play this year.
No, I would say a month before training camps started, he did not have a place to go.
Was a walk-on to the Islander camp, which is somewhat fitting because that's how he started in the first place.
That's right. He was an undrafted player out of Yale back in those days. We talked Bill Torrey into giving him a try.
Some of the other Yaleys. Bob Kudelski, who just retired.
Kudelski, I think he was the leading scorer. He is still the all-time leading scorer for Yale, and second to him is Randy Wood.
Bob Brook, who played for the Rangers and the North Stars, also went to Yale. In fact, he was a shortstop when Yale had a pitcher by the name of Ron Darling. Right here, 3.5 to go, second period. Islanders up 3-0, and LeChance headmans to Palffy. Now Palffy curls, floats it rink wide. King to Green behind the net. Travis Green tried to put it towards the front of the net. Didn't get there. Hit the stick. Chris Terrien. Sean Podine sends it back in for Darby. Floats it behind the net. Podine hits the side of the net with a centering attempt. LeChance shovels it the other way for New York. Up the right side, it's Palffy. Zygmunt Palffy moving to the flyer line. Palffy driving, knocked down centers, and into the net. Some company for goaltender Garth Snow. Some welcome in the person of Sean Podine. Some unwelcome in the person of Travis Green.
Well, problem there, you get trapped in there. Travis Green, in this case, he's entrapped into the net. He's got Snow bouncing his gloves off his head. He's got the defenseman holding him in there. And the reason he's in there is because he was ridden into the goal by the Philadelphia defenseman. The Islanders, see Philadelphia, they're trying to break out of that grip. They're trying to capture first center ice area so they can launch an attack. And the Islanders haven't been able to get through it. The Islanders are playing smart positional hockey and taking that area away from them. Take a look. Here's Zygmunt Palffy looking. When he pulls the puck, do you see the defenseman? Now he turns quickly on him. That's Terrien, but not quickly enough. There's Terrien behind the net. Green is in the net. But Palffy's so quick that he was able to turn Terrien and still get the backhand pass to the front of the net. What he's hoping for there, Palffy, is that he can put it across the goal crease and somebody can tip it in.
Terry Murray won the Atlantic Division title each of his first 2 years as Flyers head coach. Also had the best record in the Eastern Conference last year. His team trailing by 3, closing stages of the second period.
Yeah, he's the second coach of Philadelphia in their history that actually played for the Philadelphia Flyers as well.
Yeah, the other one is back in the organization now, Paul Holmgren. Here's Zubris throwing one towards the net. Berard got back to bat it away. Paul Holmgren now scout the Flyers organization. Palffy centers. Desjardins rode off McGinnis, who almost gets drilled with the hard around.
There's another example of that play. Get it to the side of the net, take a chance. That, in this case, Marty McGinnis could have broken his check, got away from Desjardins and tipped it in.
Berard and Daniels, are they going to go? They're eyeing each other. Daniels gives him the stick. McGinnis steps in between. Play continues. McGinnis has the puck.
There's a test for a young player. Berard in this case. Scott Daniels.
How about Marty McGinnis getting in between them, too? Marty's not really known for that stuff. Came right to the aid of Brian Berard, a guy who probably doesn't need it.
No, but well, you're right. But you know what? Most of the time, because the play's going on, if he goes with Daniels, right, that stops the play. But the Islanders are more interested in continuing the play. So if McGinnis steps in front, that gives Berard an opportunity to go and make his play.
Now Renberg, a lead for Brindamore. Dykhouse heading towards the net. He's held off. It's been a long shift for Brian Berard. And he was doubled over a second ago at the blue line. But here come the Flyers again.
You hear somebody yell, ice it? That was Berard.
Yeah. Gasparitis says, "Nah, we're cool. We'll get out of this thing." And here's a cross-ice pass from Johansson to Bertuzzi. Now they get it deep, and Barak can sit down.
And when you hear that, and you're out on the ice as a player, and you hear that, you know that one of the guys has been out there too long, and he has to get off. So usually you do your best to accommodate him and move the puck into the offensive zone. If you can't, then what they'll do is they'll shoot it into the seats.
Final minute of play in the second period. Islanders leading 3-0. Weak clearing attempt, and Wood jumps all over it. Randy Wood trying to center. He's double teamed. Now it's Archibald. Renberg muscles it past him. Renberg is somewhat deceptively strong. I mean, you look at Lindros when he's out there and Leclerc, and you don't think of Renberg in terms of strength, but keep an eye on him. He'll shrug off a few before the rest of this night. So 20 seconds before the period ends. Craig Darby touched it across 2 lines, and so they'll bring it back.
Craig Darby, Howie, led both teams with shots on goal. In the first period, he had 3. Young player that Islanders had pretty well given up on. 3 shots on goal. Anybody else? Let's see. Falloon had a couple. McGinnis had 2, and they're the only people that had 2 shots on goal. So his offense was there, and one of the few offensive players for Philadelphia in the first period.
The Islanders wanted him to stick his nose in a little bit more, use the center of the ice, head into the net a little bit more, but did not happen to their satisfaction, so they let him go, and the Flyers picked him up as a free agent. Final 14 seconds of the period. Terrien to Darby. Fischler fields the dump in. Janssen being challenged from behind, but Palffy gets to the puck, clears it out of the zone, and the Islanders are going to take a 3-goal lead into their locker room.
That's a big lead for any hockey game, but for the Islanders under the circumstances, they continue to treat the fans to an excellent hockey game. Maybe once or twice, Howie, they made a big mistake, and each time they did, somebody covered up for their teammate. Consequently, Philadelphia Flyers, not a lot of good scoring chances on Eric Fischler.
3-0 Islanders after 2. Let's go downstairs to Matt Loughlin.
And Howie, as the team comes off, the fans applauding them for their effort. Big crowd on hand tonight at the Coliseum as the Islanders open up their home schedule against the Flyers, leading 3-0 after 2. And here during our second intermission, Stan will have an interview with the man who's temporarily wearing the C for the Flyers, Rod Brindamore. We'll also give you the answer to our Nissan trivia question as the Isles try to add one more victory to their opening night record. And we'll also take a look at highlights, plus we'll check the out-of-town scoreboard. All that straight ahead here from the Coliseum, where after 2 periods of play, it's the Islanders 3, the Flyers 0. Marty McGinnis with 2 goals on the night. Derek King has added a 3rd for the Isles.
New York Islanders hockey on SportsChannel is brought to you in part by the employees of Avis. We're into the future, into it now, trying harder than ever.
We're into the future.
You know, our plane leaves at 5:30.
And it's 5:10, not to worry.
Not worry?
Avis has return valet service. They'll drive us right to the terminal.
Avis Return Valet, first at the most airports across America. Another innovation from the employees of Avis.
I'll be there in 5 minutes.
I'm not worried.
Now, ask Avis how you can earn up to triple Avis frequent flyer miles.
Buy any Gabriel gas shock or gas strut at Meineke's regular price and get the second one at 25% off. At Meineke, you're not going to pay a lot, but you'll get a lot.
I guarantee it.
It's just like the financial arena. The sooner you take control, the better. Marine Midland Bank.
Fight for an empire with the Learning Channel's real history, striking lethal blows on Conqueror's Week. Attack with Napoleon, a cocky genius destroyed by his own flaws. Raid with Peter the Great, a maniac with a taste for territory and torture. Bold, ruthless, born to rule. Loot and plunder all week. Feel the rush of victory on Real History. Weeknights at 9 Eastern and Pacific on TLC. Adventures for your mind.
Stop what you're doing, man, it's out of control. It's the New York Knicks, and it's all about soul. The action you just gotta see. It's the New York Knicks.
The New York Knicks take on their crosstown rivals, the New Jersey Nets, in the WTC American Car Care Centers Classic at the Nassau Coliseum on Monday, October 28th. Tickets are on sale now at the Coliseum box office and through Ticketmaster. Don't miss this year's WTC American Car Care Centers Classic, featuring the New York Knicks and the New Jersey Nets.
Go New York, go New York, go! Go New York, go New York, go!
3-zip Isles over the Flyers at the end of the second period. The shots on goal, kind of unusual. The Islanders leading. It's 18-17 after 2, 11-8 in the second period. My guest is coming in right now, Rod Brindamore, who is the acting captain. Before we get to that, hockey fans suit up with the Isles as they take on the toughest opponents in the NHL. Choose from one of our convenient 21 game with 12 game ice packs. See how easily our schedule fits yours. Isles ticket ice packs, including games with the Rangers, Devs, and the best of the NHL. For further info, call the Isles season ticket hotline, 1-800-882-ISLES. That's 1-800-882-ISLES. Rod Brindamore, my guest. What does the C mean to you?
Well, in this situation, it doesn't mean a heck of a lot. I mean, obviously, I'm just filling in for Eric in the time being while he's out. And we have a lot of leaders on this team that could have slapped on anybody. It's more a formality than anything.
When the World Cup began, I wrote in the Hockey News that I thought one of the most significant outcomes of the World Cup would be injuries. You're without Eric Lindros, partially because of an injury in the World Cup. Was it worth it?
Well, I mean, obviously, my situation, I would say it was, because it was a great experience for me personally. And you know, Eric obviously is suffering from an injury, but he'll be back within a matter of days. So it's not going to be that big a deal when we look down at the end of the year, I don't think. And I think it was a great experience for everyone in hockey in general.
This morning we were standing in the hallway, and one of the Flyer producers came along, and he was complaining about the long pregame ceremonies you guys have had opening nights. Did this bother you? Does this affect the team? There was so much time spent.
Well, it's not an excuse the way we're playing tonight, but it is a kind of a drag when you have a half hour to sit around and wait. After a warm-up, you kind of cool off a little bit, and it's kind of a drag, but it only happens once a year for every team, so I mean, it's not an excuse.
What's surprising you about the Islanders after 2?
Not much, to be honest with you. We knew they were going to come out and work hard. Obviously, they're pumped up in their home opener, and we're just a little flat, and it's cost us so far.
British Columbia is your home province. Travis Green, you ever played with him?
Never played with him or against him, as far as I know. We kind of went our separate ways at a young age, but we're both from British Columbia. It's a great place to be from.
Down 3, what do you do in the third period?
Well, we're going to have to get the attack going a little better, and some sustained pressure. We haven't had a lot of that. You know, they're playing the zone trap, and they're right now intercepting our passes, and we need to get in and just start going to the net and get an ugly goal. Do you like playing the trap? If your team had the trap like the Devils used to have, do you like playing that kind of game? Well, I mean, it's not a fun way to play necessarily. I like the up and down kind of style of hockey a little more, but you know, you have to stick to the system you have, whatever you're using, and if you can do it successfully, you're going to win a lot of games. Thanks for coming. We'll have more of the Isles Between Period show right after this break.
Men's hair now. Are you losing your hair? Look closely at these men and women. They look like medical miracles. MHN has spent 25 years perfecting this undetectable natural look, restoring your hair and your dignity. Reverse genetic bad luck. Expert physicians provide guaranteed results. MHN now offers a 25% reduction on your full purchase price. Call for a free consultation. Finally, feel great about the way you look.
Every week, Barron scours the investment world for growth opportunities. With comprehensive coverage of stocks, bonds, mutual funds, everything that could affect your finances. Subscribe with your credit card now and get 17 weeks of Barron's for the price of 13. That's 4 more opportunities to turn money into wealth. Get 17 weeks of Barron's for only $37. That's 4 weeks free. Call now toll-free in the continental U.S. 800-242-6400. That's 800-242-6400.
We've all got things to do, right? Like pick up the kids, go grocery shopping, move some furniture. Of course, that's after you haul that load of sand for the new sandbox. Now do it all in a Jimmy from GMC. With spacious cargo room, a V6 standard, and plenty of comfort for the long haul. And now with a $299 a month lease with $14.99 down, getting into a Jimmy is even easier. Jimmy from GMC. When you've got to do what you've got to do. See your Tri-State GMC dealer today.
With classic checking from Home Federal, there's never a fee for your first set of checks, for writing a check, or for letting your balance drop to just $100. Beat that, big banks. At Home Federal, you don't have to go far to get far.
With all the recent big bank mega mergers, you may be wondering what effect they'll have on you. Instead of waiting to find out, come to Home Federal, recently rated best consumer bank in New York. You don't have to go far to get far.
Promotional consideration brought to you by Armstrong All Sport. An incredible collection. Tough, rugged, water-resistant, and outstanding value. Armstrong watches feature alarm, chronographs, lap times, and more. Armstrong, the best price watch in America.
Welcome back to the Nassau Coliseum, everyone. I'm Matt Loughlin. Islanders on top of the Flyers by a score of 3-0 after 2 periods of play. All right, we gave you 40 minutes or so to try to come up with the answer to our Nissan trivia quiz. What is the Islanders' all-time record in home opening games? And without further ado, here is the answer. See how you stack up. 17-6-1 overall, but only 1-3-1 against the Flyers. So trying to improve both the overall win total and the win column against the Flyers here tonight. After 40 minutes of play, they lead by a score of 3-0. Time to check out the out-of-town scoreboard. It's brought to you by TWA. They're in the second period in Pittsburgh. The Penguins and Ottawa tied at 2. Also in the second, Detroit over Buffalo by a score of 2-0. Elsewhere around the league, Montreal all over the Rangers by a score of 5-1 in the second. And in the second, tight game over at the Meadowlands, New Jersey leading Dallas 2-1. Also in the league tonight, they're in the second period in Landover. Washington and LA are knotted at 3. In the second, Florida on top of Hartford 4-0. Also tonight on the ice in the second period in Toronto, Tampa Bay beating back the Maple Leafs 5-1. At 10 o'clock, Anaheim takes on the Phoenix Coyotes. And at 10:30, it'll be Vancouver playing host to St. Louis, while San Jose and Boston skate off at the Shark Tank. We're going to step aside. When we come back, we'll take a look at some highlights. Marty McGinnis with 2 goals tonight. The Isles lead 3-0.
New York Islanders hockey on SportsChannel is brought to you in part by Chevrolet Trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road, and by the United States Postal Service. We deliver for you.
On Saturdays, your customers can receive 2-day packages from FedEx. Cost? An extra $10.
On Saturdays, your customers can receive 2 to 3 day priority mail packages from the U.S. Postal Service. Cost? $3. And there's no extra charge.
On Saturdays, your customers cannot receive 2-day packages from UPS. Sorry.
So, what's your priority? Priority mail from the U.S. Postal Service.
Celebrate 25 years of pride, tradition, and great hockey action. For tickets, call 1-800-882-ISLES.
Everybody's got to buy into the fact that there's going to be change, that we're all investing and doing more than we've ever done, that we're all going to be loyal to each other, that we're going to bring in people who are as good as any in the business at what they do. We're bringing in people and making this a championship organization. Then you build a championship team, but it takes time. The one thing that I think we'll have here is consistency. That's one of the big traits of all the pro franchises in any sport that are doing well.
Well, at the end of 2 periods, the Islanders with a 3-0 lead over the Philadelphia Flyers. It's been an exciting opener for a lot of reasons, not the least of which some Islander goals.
Goals, goals, goals. Yeah, Marty McGinnis in the first period. And here, Derek King, look at the move he makes. What a nice read here. Travis Green goes in, takes it off the end boards, feeds it. Yes, right back to Derek King, one-timing it. Bam! Snow dives. He's too late. It melted under him.
So that made it 2-0. The 3-0 goal could have been more controversial if you watch closely.
Behind the net, watch the hand of Todd Bertuzzi. The puck is coming to him. Look at his right hand. He takes it and sweeps it. And who did he sweep it to? Zygmunt Palffy. And what did Palffy do? He passed it to who else? Marty McGinnis got the hot glove, the hot hand, and the hot stick. Bang. Second goal of the game for Marty McGinnis, a 3-0 lead for the Islanders.
But it takes more than simply goals to make for exciting hockey, and Brian Berard will show you why.
Islanders, as we talked many times, have controlled most of the center ice most of the time. But here, watch the coverage. There's Berard going in, taking the pass to the front of the net away from Philadelphia.
And more Berard.
In the center ice area, Scott Daniels challenges them. They're eyeing each other. Berard says, I'm going to keep playing. Marty McGinnis skates through. That's a tension breaker, and away the play went.
Nothing tense on the Islander bench. They're happy, at least so far. At the end of 2 periods, 3-0, New York.
Guarding this goal takes every ounce of skill and concentration, just like protecting your retirement. Marine Midland Bank.
Put on your dancing shoes and hurry on down to your Buick dealers. Buick quality is a better value than ever. Now with cash back savings up to $3,000. Special low lease rates, savings on 96s, and immediate cash back on brand new 1997 Buicks. It's worth twisting and shouting about. Savings up to $3,000. But get to your Buick dealer before the last dance, cause the savings don't get any better than this.
Charge! Fight for an empire with the Learning Channel's real history, striking lethal blows on Conqueror's Week. Attack with Napoleon, a cocky genius destroyed by his own flaws. Raid with Peter the Great, a maniac with a taste for territory and torture. Bold, ruthless, born to rule. Loot and plunder all week. Feel the rush of victory on Real History. Weeknights at 9 Eastern and Pacific on TLC. Adventures for your mind.
Stop what you're doing, man, it's out of control. It's the New York Knicks, and it's all about soul. The action you just gotta see. It's the New York Knicks.
The New York Knicks take on their crosstown rivals, the New Jersey Nets, in the WTC American Car Care Centers Classic at the Nassau Coliseum on Monday, October 28th. Tickets are on sale now at the Coliseum box office and through Ticketmaster. Don't miss this year's WTC American Car Care Centers Classic, featuring the New York Knicks and the New Jersey Nets.
Go New York, go New York, go! Go New York, go New York, go!
3-0 Islanders as we get set for the third period. The second period scoring summary is brought to you by Chase. The right relationship is everything. Literally, like King and Green on that 2-0 goal. It was a soft dump in by King that was chased down by Green. He got the shot on net, and King buried the rebound. And then Marty McGinnis with his second goal of the night, making it 3-0 Islanders, which is where we stand going to the third period. In case you missed anything over the first 2 periods or can't be with us the rest of the way, well, you can watch tonight's game in just 30 minutes with Sports Channel Lite. Sports Channel's new and exciting way to watch hockey. 30 minutes with all the hard hits, goals, and key saves. And if you haven't seen it yet, you'll want to check out Sports Channel Lite, how to make it to the game when you can't make the game. Now, that's at 11 tonight. Meantime, our next live Sports Channel telecast will be on Thursday night when the Hartford Whalers, featuring newly acquired Keith Primo and Paul Coffey, come to the Coliseum. Sports Authority game time at 7. They'll drop the puck a little after 7:30, just as they do right now. And you might have noticed a new wrinkle there. Ron Asseltine, the linesman, dropping the puck. You may wonder, well, what's new about that? Used to be that the referee would drop every center ice faceoff. No more.
No, just the one that begins the hockey game. New policy, NHL. Linesmen drop the puck after the start of the game.
So the Islanders have taken care of the first 22 seconds of the third period. And there's the veteran linesman, Ron Asseltine, who doesn't appear too happy with David Archibald.
He's the best. Bobby Hasseltine, he gets into the hockey game the same way the players do. He's colorful, one of the senior linesmen in the league. He's still having a go with him.
Maybe he didn't like the way he dropped the puck.
No, it's probably an argument over the fact that Archibald probably thought it was a high stick that knocked it down. Philadelphia picked up the puck at the Islanders' blue line. I don't know.
Ron Hasseltine looked like he took it personally.
Probably did.
Puck in the Islanders zone. Well, a chance. Try to play it out. O'Dean kept it in with his skate. He's being hemmed in by Travis Green. Craig Darby, number 11 for Philadelphia. Plays it behind the net. And here, Ed, is where you look for the Islander tempo to be maintained. Don't drop off.
Woo, no. You gotta know that the whole, oh, wow. The Islanders are gonna lose the puck there, a dangerous spot. No, they've got to keep the pace up where they got the 3-0 lead from. No sags. They didn't sag in the first, didn't sag in the second.
Sig almost sagged rather than sag, but that time it was Garth Snow knocking it away. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. That's why they call it October. Peter Svoboda plays it in over the Islander blue line. Berard got it back ahead. And now a chance brings it out. Here's Anderson chasing. Anderson a shot and Snow the save. Berard was cutting towards the net as that puck was flip-flopping on Anderson, who has it relaxed now. Nicholas Anderson to Berard. There he is in deep again. Berard behind the net. Bertuzzi a shot. Snow the save. Rebound is loose. Brindamore takes it to the corner. Anderson takes Brindamore. But it's Desjardins on the puck for Philadelphia. Ahead on the right side, Renberg. Big Michael Renberg over the Islander line. Leaves it to Leclerc. He shoots off the arm of Fischler. Renberg recovers. Renberg backhands it. Stick saved by Fischler. Brindamore chips at it. Fischler gets that as well. And Leclerc sails the rebound through the slot. Anderson clears it down the ice.
Close call. What a shot by Leclerc. Stopped by Fischler off his right arm as Philadelphia trying, as they did in the first and second period, to pick up the tempo.
Chant of Fischler, a little muffled by the sound system, but no less enthusiastic as Eric Fischler makes his 24th National Hockey League start. He'd appeared 3 times in relief last year.
There's Fischler. He dished the puck out, but unable to handle it cleanly was Brindamore. The Islanders, somebody in front of the net. That's Berard. Have to have a defenseman there all the time. That's part of the keep it simple theory. Howie, one defenseman in front of the net at all times when you don't have possession of the puck. And obviously, once you gain possession, then you can spin off and get yourself in a position to take a pass.
Islanders have sold the joint out tonight. That's probably pretty evident by the enthusiasm you've heard. Islanders miss a pass there that will result in an icing. So, Eddie, for the first time in 3 years, the Islanders have sold out the home opener.
Yeah, that's great for the Islanders. And you know, I go back to the play that Marty McGuinness just made. He's made so many good plays in this hockey game. He's got 2 goals. He can't now change his thinking. He took the puck a moment ago inside his own blue line and iced it. First period, second period, he'd have grabbed the puck and taken off. Feet churning, moving. Make somebody come to him. And the minute one of the Flyers come to him, that opens up a teammate. Little dump pass. Don't ice the puck now. Don't let Philadelphia build up some momentum in your end of the ice.
And he's a veteran. It's the veterans who have to show the kids that relaxation mode. 2.5 gone in the third period. And Plot for New York. Got through one check, then absorbed an elbow from Kordic. And Kjell Samuelsson gunned it ahead. Flat. It's it deep. John Bruce tried to send it. Nobody home. Eric Armstrong on the pitching Terrien with Dan Plot for the Islanders, number 21. Round to the other side. Armstrong staying in front of Kordic, giving Foster time to get to Klett. Fred Klett, number 20, got it to the point. Terrien with a drive. It hit the skate of Plot. McInnes tried to keep play moving in the direction of the Philadelphia net. Was upended, but now it's Foster. Off the boards to Wood. The Islanders are changing here, so Wood's only option was to play it deep. 3:15 gone of the third. 3-0 New York. Here's Darby for the Flyers. Bouncing it to the left of Fischler. Swings it around, hustling over his Archibald. Can't reach it. Dykhouse slides it. Fischler sweeps it away. Zubras to Podine in the corner. Around past Darby, so Dykhouse in deep for the Flyers. Darby hit by Janssen. Loose puck. It's Zubras, number 9. Losing it to Archibald because of the work of Janssen. Here's Archibald leading Anderson a touch too far. Garth Snow goes to the backhand to find Dykhouse. The Islanders are changing, so some room for the Flyers. Zubras over the line. Veers left. Shoots one that hits a leg and winds up in the corner. Now Darby centers across the goal mouth. Podine turns and whacks it off of Kasparaitis and into the crowd. So we'll step out. 4:04 have been played in this third period. Fischler and the Islanders up 3-0.
Freshness Hotline, what's the problem?
Man, my party is lame. I think I got some skunky beer.
Sir, relax. When was your beer born?
Born? What are you talking about?
It doesn't have a born-on date?
A what?
Do you have any Budweiser?
No, man, you gotta help me.
Okay, remain calm, sir. We're on our way.
New Born on Dating from Budweiser, because fresh beer tastes better.
Go! Sir, put down the skunky beer and slowly back away.
Maybe it's time for a luxury sedan a few more people can turn to. Toyota Avalon. We've just lowered the cost of living it up.
Howie was alluding to the Islanders sellout here tonight. Nice to see all the seats full. People having a good time. The team playing well in front of them and for them.
15:56 to go in the third period. Derek Armstrong is out with Wood and McInnes against Brindamore, LeClaire, and Renberg. Flyers #1 line. Take nothing away from Brindamore. Missing its center. Lindros. Renberg couldn't get past McCabe, and here's Janssen headmanning to Armstrong. One man back, Wood on the other side. Wood a drive, and he hit the goal post. Randy Wood hit the post on a nicely executed 2-on-1. McInnes has it back up the right side. Wood now to Armstrong, and he blasts it over the net.
Islanders picking up the tempo. They had slacked off for 2 shifts, Howie, but they're back. And guess who gets them back into the hockey game? The blue-collar line again.
Renberg floats one off a deflection. Fischler holds on and absorbs some impact. So the face-off will be deep in the Islander zone.
Couple of good shots at Snow in the Philadelphia end of the ice, but you can hear this one. It was a clunk, a heavy, hard shot by Randy Wood off the goalpost. Listen for this one. You hear that? Clunk. Nice setup as the Islanders start to hustle again. Eric Armstrong. Couple of good plays. Then Armstrong whistled one over the crossbar just after Wood hit it.
So the draw to the left side of Fischler. David Archibald is chased, although not by Ron Asseltine, but by Brad Kovacic. Remember, Archibald and Asseltine got into it early in this period. Now it's Kasparaitis. Gave it away. And the shot sails wide off of Howardchuk's stick. Johansson behind the net with Zubras. Berard spins it around. Samuelson with an effective pinch. Bruce hit by Berard. Flyers get it back. Samuelson shot deflects. It pinballs to Johansson. And then Bertuzzi got it up the right wing. Terrian #6 for the Flyers. Cross ice Samuelson got to the red line and dumps it in. Fischler lets it go. Berard couldn't get there at first, but now he's backed up by Nicholas Anderson. Islanders effective, backing each other up so far tonight. Flyer quality chances have been few and far between. The Islanders with a 20-19 shots advantage. Now the Flyers come out again. Trent Platt has to reach behind him. Lost ice for Kordic, swept away nicely by Foster. Bertuzzi turns play back up. Todd Bertuzzi surrounded by orange-shirted Flyers. Lost the puck, and it's Darby playing it cross ice to Kordic. Foster hustles over to take care of Kordic. Puck sits along the boards. Clapp winds it around. Foster stays with Darby. It's all a chance. Returns it to Foster.
It's a good move here by Foster, Howie, slowing things down. He wants to make sure that the players all get a feel for where he's going and what he's going to do. He just went too long with the puck there. He should have moved it, should have passed it. The puck will move a lot faster than his feet.
Well, Leclerc to the right wing, and Haller is hit by Lachance. McCabe around behind the net, double team with Leclerc and Brindamore. McCabe on top of the puck, no whistle yet, which is a clear signal that Dan Maruelli wants him to keep it moving.
Here they are, you're right. He's screaming. He's screaming the referee at him. Wow, here's a penalty coming up, a hit from behind. Philadelphia is going to get a penalty.
And that came just as the Flyers were creating a scoring chance coming out from behind. Michael Renberg and Scott Lachance were having words.
Definitely one penalty. I think it's a cross-check from behind. John Leclerc heading for the penalty box.
Don't forget, it was Brian McCabe who was on the ice trying to get a whistle that Dan Maruelli refused to give him.
It's a penalty. It's an interference penalty. McCabe, he was about to call a delay of the game on McCabe. He kept screaming at him. The referee, that is, let the puck go. Maruelli, you could hear him all the way up here. Get rid of the puck. Don't hold it. I'm going to call you on it. Let's take a look. There's number 4 in white, McCabe. King there. Well, that was a penalty. Wow, McCabe got decked from behind. Went back and gave Leclerc a punch, but this is where you have to be smart. If you retaliate, you're going to get a penalty. And here's McCabe. He's looking, got his back turned, and then wham! Man, I can't figure out for the life of me why a hockey player would do that to somebody else, knowing you're not going to get away with it. Just when Philadelphia was trying to pick up some momentum, and they had played a good portion of this third period in the Islanders' end.
So here's Berard on the power play over the Flyer line. Brian Berard twists it around. Green couldn't reach it. Podine couldn't clear it for the Flyers. So here's Palffy. Now to Berard. The drive, stick save, rebound, score! Derek King with a power play goal. His second of the game.
Philadelphia was trying to pick up some momentum, and they had played a good portion of this third period in the Islanders' end.
So here's Berard on the power play over the Flyer line. Brian Berard twists it around. Green couldn't reach it. Podine couldn't clear it for the Flyers. So here's Palffy. Now to Berard. The drive, stick save, rebound, score! Derek King with a power play goal. His second of the game, and it's 4-0 Islanders.
Boy, it's so important, Howie, to take advantage when the opportunity presents itself. Leclerc takes a dumb penalty for Philadelphia, and the Islanders jump on it. What a way to make them pay. And Derek King, his second goal of this hockey game, third of the season. And the Islanders have a 4-0 lead. There's the play. Kept in. Good low hard shot. Look at this thing. Boom. You can't catch that one, Snow. He left the rebound, and King popped it into the top of the net. Pretty goal. Good setup. Green over in the far corner. Was able to get it back to the point position. Kenny Johnson drops it down low, and here's the play to Berard. There's his slap shot. King moving laterally in front. And it's a 4-0 lead. A power play goal. First one in the hockey game.
So John Leclerc, who took that cross-check, ultimately cost his team a goal and perhaps a chance to get back into this thing, as King's second of the game means that should he get the hat trick, one more goal would be needed for that. Discover card will donate $500 to the local chapter of the Make-A-Wish Foundation.
Derek King, Howie, did not get his third goal last season until the end, the very end of November. Big difference.
So he's 6 weeks ahead of schedule and freed from the shackles of center ice. All of a sudden, Derek King was the #1 centerman on the Islander depth chart before Travis Green signed. But for King, his third of the year, second tonight.
If you want to use your calculator in a hurry, Derek King is on a 60-goal pace.
Well, I'd be willing to say he probably wouldn't get 60, but the thing you have to remember about Derek King, and course, Terry Murray isn't thinking so much about Derek right now, is that he has scored 40 and 38 goals in separate seasons in this league, so he's got the hands to put some goals away. Islanders hockey is brought to you by Bud Ice. Ice brewed, the smooth taste that goes down easy. Gerard and Palffy assisting at the 7:02 mark of the third period. A 4-goal lead for the Islanders. I think we ought to send our statistician Eric Hornick to work. Find out how many times last year the Islanders had 4-goal leads. I don't know if he's got that at his disposal up here, but I can assure you it wasn't a whole host of times. Gasparitis took a hit. Green's got the puck. You almost think the Islanders' defensive effort now will be energized by their having scored a goal.
Oh, no, that's so big, Howie. There's a high stick on a puck. The Islanders get a possession of it, so that's waved off.
Eric Hornick immediately remembers that the Islanders beat the Penguins 6-10 on the 10th of April. That was in Pittsburgh, if I remember
6-2,
right.
yeah. 6-2. Yeah.
What did I say, 6-10?
Yeah. That's a 4-goal difference, too.
Yeah, exactly. Here's Kordic with a shot that hits a leg. But centering feed. Darby stopped by Fischler. Darby's deck. Penalty coming up to the Islanders. But Eric Fischler with a big save as Darby shot from the hash marks. 11:53 to go. Third period. It's 4-0. New York.
Test drive the Nissan Pathfinder. You never know where it could lead.
Mike's a very intense coach, as you probably see on the TV, but I think it's good. I think it rubs off on the players, and we go out there and try to play with that same type of intensity, and when we do that, we win games.
Playing for Mike Milbury is like playing for I don't know, it's like a bomb, you know. You never know when it's gonna explode, you know. He's a good coach, great guy, you know, but you have to work hard to gain his respect. Mike's job to make us play hard, you know.
Corey Foster gets the penalty. Cross-checking in front of the Islanders' net. Missed an assignment. And there he is, number 6 in white. Watch, he moves his, all of a sudden he realizes, I got to get here. Boom, look at this. Cross-check. A couple of times, draws the penalty. It's after Philadelphia had a couple of shots at Eric Fischler.
A Flyer power play. Desjardins sails it wide. And the puck cleared out by Janssen. Armstrong took the draw, goes right to the bench. Replaced by Woods. Up front with Archibald. Janssen and McCabe are back. Brindamore in for Renberg. A drop for Desjardins. He gets around Archibald. Centers, but good coverage. Randy Wood was on Brindamore. Held in at the line by Dykhouse. Brindamore hassled by first Janssen, then Wood, and the puck comes out. Aggressive penalty killing by the Islanders up at the blue line. Forces the faceoff.
Boy, what a job Randy Wood has done in this hockey game, Howie. Kind of an unsung hero in the game. Didn't get the assist with all of the hard work. Back when Marty McGuinness got the first goal of the game, and here he is, out playing on the penalty-killing unit. He's strong, very strong, physically, can stand a lot of ice time, and he's getting it in this hockey game, and he has throughout the season. Talking to the coaching staff before the game, they're extremely pleased. There's Wood working his way along, created that offside with pressure at the blue line. Coaching staff, he's done an excellent job for them.
Flyers get it deep, and he plot, couldn't get it back, and here's Anderson. Nicholas Anderson racing, knocked off the puck by Dykhouse.
Beautiful play by Dykhouse, Howie. So many times under those circumstances, a penalty would be called, but Dykhouse dove and knocked the puck cleanly off his stick.
Islanders with 2 shorthanded goals.
Yeah, they lead the league in that department. 2 shorthanded goals.
Anderson has 1. That was in Ottawa. Plonk got 1 a week ago tonight in San Jose. And 50 seconds remain to the power play for the Flyers. Gasparitis to Wood. Couldn't clear it past Desjardins. Eric Desjardins. Slides it to Therrien, now to Brindamore. The drop was behind Zubris. Jarnell holds it into Brindamore. Now to Therrien, he shoots off the stick of Fischler. Smack caught around by LaChance. Held in though by Desjardins. Now Brindamore moves up. Down low, it's Zubris. Zubris put it in front, but he put it right on Archibald's skate. And what clears for New York. Closing seconds of the power play. Final 10 for the Flyers. Zubris just throws it deep. Fischler gives it to Janssen. Couldn't clear it past Samuelson. Gave it away to Janssen, who in turn gives it to Zubris. Foster is up and out of the box. Islanders kill the penalty. Samuelson missed Zubris with a pass. Loose behind the net. Now Leclerc trying to center. McCabe intercepts and clears.
Well, that's a good play by McCabe, Howie. That's a cool play. He didn't panic at the side of the net. He held the puck and then just lobbed it into the center ice area. The Islanders, penalty killing, doing another outstanding job. Had a scoring chance and didn't give Philadelphia a shot on goal while they were on the power play.
You can almost see the confidence building in this Islander club, at least for the short term, meaning tonight. But how important to the long term is holding things within the next 9:21.
Wow. Can you imagine now? The Islanders have had 3 opening games on the road. Played okay, right? Could have had 2 wins, ended up with 2 ties. Here they play outstanding hockey so far at home, and now they practice. They'll get a day or so off. They'll practice and play Thursday. All that time from here to Thursday, are they going to get closer? They're going to love each other a lot more than they ever have. That's what brings teams together, is winning and a nice, airy, loose atmosphere.
Veteran Randy Wood and the youngster Eric Fischler. Therrien on the draw. Checked by Johansson. And Therrien has to hustle back to his own blue line. 9:13 to go in the third. 4-0 New York. Gerard played it ahead. Kevin Haller intercepts. Trent Platt upended by Kasparaitis, who timed the hip check perfectly. Anderson couldn't chip it out. It dribbles towards the front of the net. Cleared by Johansson. I haven't heard anything from the Flyers, but I don't recall having seen Pat Falloon out in quite some time. Andreas Johansson couldn't snap that one through traffic. Good recovery, though. Anderson a shot off the stick of Haller and into the crowd. 8:41 remaining in the third period. Here at the Coliseum, the home opener has been a delight to the sellout crowd. That's one of the reasons why. So are those 4 goals.
The National Business Employment Weekly, the only publication that updates you weekly on top jobs available regionally and nationwide. All kinds of jobs, professional, managerial, technical, and you'll learn how to land one of those jobs. Get 8 job-packed issues for just $35. Also get absolutely free the Job Search Guide.
Call 800-367-4600. That's 800-367-4600.
The National Business Employment Weekly. If you're not looking here, you're hardly looking.
It's time to kick ice. Start celebrating the New York Islanders' 25th anniversary season. Experience the excitement of Islanders hockey with season tickets, 21 or 12-game ice packs, all on sale now. Non-stop action-packed games, plus Clark Gilliesna, a salute to Al Arbor, the 25th anniversary game, and lots more. You can't feel the building rock unless you have seats. New York Islanders hockey. For the hottest tickets on ice, call 1-800-882-ISLE.
Islander Immortal and Ambassador John Tonelli with me. It's a very festive occasion. What does this team remind you of?
Well, it reminds you of the young Islanders, where everybody is thinking the same way, working the same way. Everybody seems to be on the same wavelength and working towards the eventual goal of winning the game.
How do you feel being an ambassador?
Well, I feel it's quite a compliment, you know, and I have a lot of pride in the Islander organization, and whatever they ask me to do to help out, I'm there for them.
Good to see you again, John.
Thanks, Stan.
Take it away, guys.
All right, Stan. Certainly nothing different about seeing John Tonelli in this building. He's here a lot. Swoboda centers one across. John Leclerc took a hit. Oda dumps it back behind. Brindamore and McCabe in a vigorous tussle. Leclerc behind the net with Janssen. Centered, but intercepted by Armstrong. Puck was knocked down.
That's a good play by Armstrong, Howie. He read the play perfectly. He looked around, saw somebody to cover, stepped in front, intercepted the pass. That's smart hockey.
Used to seeing John Tonelli here about 10 or a dozen times last year. LeClaire back at the red line for the Flyers now. Up to the Islander line. Came together with Renberg, but Howard Chuck follows and shoots. Fischler the save. The rebound is missed. And out comes Palffy. Palffy to King. He's to the line. King slows up, shoots one, looking for the hat trick, and he missed upstairs. King and McInnes, each with 2 goals to build the 4-0 Islander lead. 7.5 to go in the third period. A chance. The Islander line. King and Samuelson bottled up. Green and Bruce as well. Poked away by Palffy, but sent deep by Howard Chuck for the Flyers. Kasparaitis on the cover. Couldn't get it past the big reach of Samuelson, but Palffy got it back. Palffy racing over the line, spun around, dumped by Darby, and a penalty coming up. The Islanders will have a power play.
Well, that's the intensity that the Islanders are playing with, Howie. Zygmunt Palffy picks up the puck in the middle of the ice and just takes off. Across the blue line, gets pulled down. Islanders go to a power play.
And we'll go to Matt Loughlin.
All right, Howie, as you recall, in San Jose, I was joined by S.J. Sharkey, that team's mascot, and he's going to be here on the 26th for Mascot Day. Niles, he issued a challenge. He said he's the best mascot, and you're his on the 26th. Your response? Bring it on, he says. Bring it on, Sharkey. By the way, Niles, can you do me a favor? Can you turn that light on? Oh, there we go. Hey, I'll tell you, nothing but the best from Niles, and on the 26th, a lot of mascots from around the league are going to be here. He's my man. It's brotherly love here on opening night, fellas.
Take a look at the penalty. Palffy, he's gone. Almost. Darby knows it. Just reach out, pull him down. And if it was out, oh, Chris Terrier was back there to help out. But the Islanders go to the power play. Last time this happened, Islanders scored.
Islanders 1 for 2 on the power play. And here's Johansson hustling back to steal a pass. Johansson up to McInnes with a pair tonight. Now to McCabe. Rink wide, Bertuzzi in the corner. Johansson. Islanders will just set it up. Johansson down low to Bertuzzi. Back to Johansson. McCabe and Johansson play catch. Now Bertuzzi couldn't get it past Snow because he was tied up by Desjardins. Bertuzzi wants to know why no holding penalty.
I think the goaltender, Snow, had a piece of the stick of Todd Bertuzzi.
Bertuzzi's got it back over the line. Now to Green. Green written in hard by Terrien. McInnes has the puck. LaChance at the point. Minute to go to the power play. Berard shanked that shot. Bertuzzi keeps after it. He and Samuelson tied up with each other. Green hit by Terrien. Samuelson plays it around. Berard kicks it to Bertuzzi. Todd Bertuzzi backs up. Now to McInnes. McInnes a drive and a stick save by Snow. Berard and Renberg with each other. Berard comes away with a puck. Berard tried to center, broke it up. Rebound by Green is stopped by Snow. Berard again to Green. He snaps one. Snow the save, and it's cleared by LeClaire.
Boy, the fans are loving it, Howie. The Islanders are responding. Good motion. Islanders on the move. They're moving their feet. They're moving the puck, making it difficult for the penalty killers of Philadelphia. Remember, in the first couple of power plays the Islanders had, very aggressive penalty killing by Philadelphia. But on the last 2, the Islanders have been moving the puck, moving their feet.
Here's Derek Armstrong with an open net, and he scores! Talk about moving your feet. Armstrong was. Snow was out of position. But Derek Armstrong has made it 5-0 New York.
Boy, he's being complimented. A reward for his good play, Howie. Being out on the power play and making it pay off. Making the coaches look good. You get more than good hustle by the Islanders. Good hustle by Armstrong as they kept the pressure on. They had a couple of good scoring chances. Derek King, Berard, LaChance. That's how they got the puck in. Look at the hustle. Down low. Palffy and then grabbing it. Armstrong. Look where Snow. He was out shoveling it in the corner of the rink. Too late to get back. Armstrong is first.
He scored last year in Winnipeg in a game that was played on March the 9th, but from which the Islanders didn't depart until March the 10th.
That was 1 second after the power play actually was up, so I don't think it's going to be a power play goal, but it doesn't matter. It's a power goal for the Islanders, making it 5-0. 5 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. You know, you can coach a little differently now, Howie. When you're ahead, now we all waited to see whether the Islanders were going to pull back in and try and protect a 3-0 lead that they had starting out in the third period. It looked as though it was about to happen. And then the Islanders, all of a sudden, as if they got a shot of adrenaline, they all of a sudden remembered what got them the 3-0 lead, and they haven't been back in their own end. No consistent effort by Philadelphia offensively. They're getting frustrated, and they're taking penalties.
Well, apparently someone had thrown something onto the ice. That's why there was a little bit of a delay. The fans were warned.
Yeah, only hats. You can throw them on for a hat trick, but nothing else.
Remember the new rule this year, the anti-rat rule and all that other stuff. But if King or McKinnon should score another goal tonight, you'll see some hats on the ice. But hats off to the entire Islander team for their effort tonight. However, on the other side of the ice, away from the play, Mick Vukota got into it again.
Yeah, you should see. There was 2 Philadelphia Flyers there when he went after. One of the Flyers. Wow, how quickly his teammates got to him. That's also something that's going to please the coaching staff.
Garth Snow and Armstrong tied up with each other. The goaltender Snow with a hold of Armstrong. It's almost like giving the Flyers an extra player in that skirmish because Eric Fischler is all the way at the other end of the ice, and obviously he's not going to leave his crease. And I'll bet you that's on Mike Milbury's mind right now. You might remember last year at the old Spectrum in Philadelphia, Peter Svoboda knocked out a couple of Mick Vokota's teeth with an elbow. I bet you that's what that was about. Under 5 to go, and the Islanders are up 5.
Finding oneself alone in this world can be terrifying.
Poor thing, you must have fallen out.
His born-on date told me he was quite young, and I knew I must return him to his family to ensure he's consumed at optimum freshness.
I don't see him, do you? Excuse me, he's lost. Lost beer coming through. See him? We'll find him any minute. I can feel it. Excuse me. Don't give up. Hey, who's missing a bottle? Got a lost bottle here.
Budweiser. Brewery refresh taste. Strictly enforced.
Don't worry, little fella. We'll find him.
Charge! Fight for an empire with the Learning Channel's real history. Striking lethal blows on Conqueror's Week. Attack with Napoleon, a cocky genius destroyed by his own flaws. Raid with Peter the Great, a maniac with a taste for territory and torture. Bold, ruthless, born to rule. Loot and plunder all week. Feel the rush of victory on Real History. Weeknights at 9 Eastern and Pacific on TLC. Adventures for your mind.
Svoboda, number 23, was the target of Mick Vukota, and anybody that remembers back to the hockey game in Philadelphia, it was a cheap shot by Svoboda on Mick Vukota. An elbow knocked out a couple of Mick's teeth. Boy, that's old-fashioned hockey. He waited for him. He waited till he had an opportunity, and here it is. Svoboda could see him coming, broke the check, and Mick was going strictly for the head. Now watch the Islanders as they come piling in to help out Mick Vukota. Now, Mick Vukota is signaling to him, the reason I want you, he's going to point to his mouth. See, remember the teeth? It's not over. I'm still going to hunt for your head. That's old-fashioned hockey, Howie. You don't go after the guy right away. You wait for the right time. Probably Mick, if you were to ask him, didn't do the damage he wanted to do, but he sent a message, a strong one, to Peter Svoboda.
Well, Vukota gets 2 for instigating. Now, in the old days, all the way back to last year, he'd automatically be thrown out of the game. That will effectively be the case tonight, but not under the same circumstances. It's 2 for instigating, 5 for fighting, and a 10-minute misconduct. There's no longer an automatic game misconduct to the instigator unless you instigate 2 fights in the same game. Three instigators, you get suspended. That's another story. Kordic, though, will get a game misconduct penalty, roughing on Kordic, and a game misconduct, but the end result is a 5-minute power play for the Philadelphia, or is it a 3-minute power play for the Flyers? Vokota's got the 5. Extra 2, I think, to the Flyers. I should say to the Islanders. They've got I think they've got a 3-minute power play up on the board. If I can
got a
interpret it
5.
right.
The Islanders have got a 5-minute, and Philadelphia, it's a 2-minute. It's a 2-minute, and here's what happens, Howie. At the end of the hockey game in the last 5 minutes, there's a, leaving the crease on Snow.
That's what Mike Milbury was upset about, because it gave the Flyers an extra man in that skirmish, as we pointed out.
It's 30. I can't see for the flag, the banners. The Islanders have had so many of them. Snow gets leaving the crease. Because if two players get penalties in the last 5 minutes of the period, one is a 5 and one is a 2, the 3 minutes different is considered a major penalty, a 3-minute major penalty at the end of a period or in overtime.
So the end result will be a power play for the Flyers. Terry Murray's team winning 2 of its first 3. The loss was in their opener against Florida 3-1. But this by far their least competitive game of the year. And Mike Milbury's Islanders have a lot to do with that for a lot of reasons. Not all of them obvious, but the stuff between the blue lines, the picking up for each other that you don't ordinarily look at.
It's a growing experience, Howie, and this has made the Islanders grow a couple of feet. Let's take a look. The skirmish is to the left. Snow is in his goal crease now. He leaves it, and he joins in over on the boards with the skirmish going on. Kordic, Svoboda, Vukota, and there you see on the left side of your screen, pulling at Armstrong. He's joined in, and that's a 2-minute penalty. So there's a 3-minute difference.
Well, Eddie, who knows? You can't get into anybody's head, but remember, Garth Snow was victimized when he went for a little stroll before, and it was Armstrong who got a hold of the puck and buried it in the empty net.
You know what that conversation was about? It was about the fact that he was saying, Snow saying to Armstrong, I didn't know you were that fast.
Wouldn't have left the net if I'd known otherwise. So 5-0 Islanders, and you will want to suit up with this club as they take on the toughest opponents of the NHL by choosing from one of their convenient 21-game or 12-game ice packs. See how easily their schedule fits yours. Islanders Ticket Ice Packs include games with the Rangers, Devils, and the best of the NHL. For further information on how to reserve the best available seats, call the Islanders season ticket hotline at 1-800-882-ISLES. That's 1-800-882-ISLES.
Another reason that Snow may be a little frustrated, Howie, is that he's never lost to the Islanders. 2-0-0 against the New York Islanders is Garth Snow.
You know, he went to the same school as Brian Berard did, Mount St. Charles High School.
Exactly.
Rhode Island. You know who else went there? Is former Islander Matthew Schneider, who's now up in Toronto.
Yeah, they were getting beat up on in the game tonight. Toronto was down 5-1.
You might have seen the other day that Darby Hendrickson, with whom the Islanders had basically broken ties because of a contract complication and contract technicality, has also gone back to the Toronto Maple Leafs. That's where the Islanders got him from last year.
Yep. The only goal that Toronto has in that hockey game was scored by that same person, Matt Schneider, that you were talking about earlier. Muller has a goal in that game as well.
The Islanders with the Leafs #1 draft pick next year. Everybody says it's the best draft in a decade. So if you're an Islander fan, your favorite team is the Islanders. Your second favorite team this year, anyway, is whoever's playing the Toronto Maple Leafs. And the Philadelphia Flyers can only think about what's next for them. It'll be without Eric Lindros when the Flyers take the ice for their next game. Islanders' next game Thursday night here against Hartford, and the Flyers will go home from here tomorrow night, play Calgary. Flyers on the power play now, and here's Desjardins shooting one wide. It's a 3-minute power play, major power play for the Flyers. 4:27 remaining in the third period.
That's exactly right. That's a new rule this year, Howie, and if the Philadelphia Flyers were to score before 2 minutes, it doesn't matter. I mean, they just keep on going. They can get as many as they can in that 3-minute span.
Good work by Danny Plante getting back to break up a play. And it came over the line. Leclerc brings it back in offsides with 4:07 remaining in the third period. And again, we'll entertain as many of your email questions and comments as we can this year as you surf the aisle. Brought to you by 9X. at sciles@aol.com. Make sure to include your name and hometown, and we'll use it on an upcoming Islanders telecast.
I'm sure in the minds of some of the Islander players and Philadelphia's in this point, Howie, I think it's a little late for them, but they could have,
tomorrow.
Yeah, Howie Rose, call your mother. It's her birthday. Is that tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Is that right? Well, happy birthday, Mom.
Dinah Zubras to Howardchuk behind the net. Happy birthday, Mom is right. We got a few hours to go on that.
But it was the Philadelphia come from behind against LA. They were down 4-1 in the third period, came back, tied the score, and won it in overtime. Or no, it was the other way. It was LA came back, and then
Brindamore got the
overtime goal. I knew I had that mixed up.
Danny Plott smacks it off the boards. Held in by Zubras. Now Svoboda in the corner, moves it along. Samuelson. Joe Samuelson behind the net. Out from behind came Svoboda, but he couldn't hook up with Therrien. And we're down to 1:20 on the power play. 3:07 in the third period. 5-0 New York. Howardchuk leaves it for Desjardins, whose drive is gobbled up by Eric Fischler.
That's a good play by Fischler. It was almost as if he wanted to unload it and keep the clock running. But he knew as he looked up, it was too many red sweaters in front of him. And his contact lenses now peered up since the beginning of the hockey game with some of the smoke from the pregame ceremonies.
And that contingent can't be too happy.
No. It's the Islanders jumping up. Give us a look at the Islander jersey, and this is one of the games where the Islanders exposed their, if they call it the third jersey, the original crest with the new uniform.
Ryan McCabe smacks it hard around and down the ice. Minute to go to the power play. 2:47 remaining in the third. It's 5-0 New York on what has been a storybook home opener for the New York Islanders in their 25th season. Here's Leclerc smacking one in frustration, but chipped wide by Brindamore. Renberg's got it back. Now to Dykhouse. Renberg to Brindamore. Renberg again. Michael Renberg down low. Brindamore centers one. It's missed by Leclerc.
Islanders are working for Eric Fischler now, Howie. They know what that means to him.
McCabe tries it loose from Brindamore, but can't clear. Renberg gets it back. Brindamore in the corner. Out to the point. Desjardins a drive and a save by Fischler.
Beautiful stop. Fischler read it perfectly. He saw the pass coming. Desjardins one-timed it, but by the time the puck got there, Fischler was directly in front of it. Body, pads, gloves, everything in his mask as a backup if he needed it. Take a look. Philadelphia haven't had much to get excited about in this hockey game or on any power play. Look, Fischler. Beautiful. Just moved over quickly and was ready no matter where that puck came from as Rod Brindamore, a guy that Bobby Clarke says is the best at coming to every game and putting out. He wishes he had 5 more like him. He has never disappointed. The president and the general manager of the Philadelphia Flyers, Bob Clarke, saying that just before the game.
Off the draw, Therrien shot is tipped right into the chest of Fischler. And we're down to 1:59 to go in the third period.
Well, that was a deflection just in front. As Therrien put the puck through to the net, it was deflected just as it got there. Howardchuk, I believe, was the player. There he is, Dale Howardchuk, in front of Fischler, deflecting.
What, did they think I wasn't going to call my mom on her birthday? Tomorrow. First thing I do will be call Mom. Happy birthday, Mom. Therrien holding it away from Armstrong, gives it to Zubras, away by Kasparaitis. Recovering, Zubras, his shot sticked aside by Fischler. That's great. Harry Rose will be 21 tomorrow. And Derek Armstrong clears the zone. 100 ticks of the clock remaining. A steal by Armstrong in alone. And Snow got a pad on it.
What a stop by Gar Snow. What a great move. Perfect read by Armstrong, and he's robbed all alone. Another shorthanded attempt by the Islanders. They have 2 so far this season and lead the NHL.
That could have been another deuce. McGinnis has 2. King has 2. Armstrong with 1. Add it up, and there's the score in the upper left-hand corner. The only thing in question right now, that goose egg belonging to the Flyers. And we're coming up on the final minute of play here in the home opener at the Nassau Coliseum. It could not possibly have gone any better. Platt in center. Up ahead, Janssen breaks it up. Janssen cleared it ahead, and it hit Platt's stick and winds up in the crowd with 52.9 to go. And don't think he's not aware of that big 0.
Everybody in this building is aware of it. The fans, of course, chanting now.
Islanders twice in their history have opened at home with shutouts. 1975 against the Kansas City Scouts, who ultimately became the New Jersey Devils with a stop in Colorado in between. And in 1982 against the Pittsburgh Penguins.
That 1975 was Brian Trottiers' first home game.
A couple of nights later, he had a big night against the LA Kings. Kenny Janssen plays it into the Flyers zone. Something's going over the sound system, but the game's still going. 39 seconds remaining. The only sound now is the chant of Fischler. LeClaire makes the move, sends Darby in, he centers Platt, he pokes at it, and he scores! The shutout is gone with 30.9 seconds remaining. The Islander lead is 5-1.
I would have to think that there'd be a question. I wonder if the official, I think that's what Derek King is asking. The Philadelphia player was in the crease. Was he pushed in? I guess there's not going to be an inquiry. Boy, I'd be all over that official. I would push him to the limit to make an inquiry on behalf of my goaltender and not give it up that easily. There, you know he's upset about it. He wants the shutout for his goaltender. There's King. He's back now. He was sent back. They want an inquiry. Right here. There, pushed in. So they're not going to get away with it. You can see that the Philadelphia player, Trent Platt, was shoved into the goal crease. There he is. There, pushed in, knocks the puck down. Boy, that was close, though. Like,
I'll tell you what, you know what? If we could see that one more time, I think his skates were in the crease when Janssen got there.
That's the question. Was he already in there when Janssen shoved him a little further? They are going to the replay, so at least there's a chance to preserve the shutout.
I think he was in there to begin with, and if the ruling from the video replay is as such, it would be no goal.
Now, or was the question, the puck was outside the goal crease, Howie, it was in front of him, and he pushed it and moved in behind the puck and then put it in. That's the only other question. Maybe this will tell us. There he is, Platt. There. He was outside the goal crease, the puck hit him, and as the puck went into the goal crease, he went in behind it. And that's probably what they're going to see on the overhead and allow the goal. Unfortunately for Eric Fischler, that's the way it's going to be ruled. Tough break. 30.9 seconds remaining in the hockey game, and the Islanders have put on some show here. 5-1 lead now on a somewhat questionable, but I have to go with my instinct, Harry. I believe that was the right call.
Well, it certainly can't ruin any of the enthusiasm built up by the fans tonight. 15 seconds to go. Trent Platt feeds LeClaire. He hit Kasparaitis with that. Marty McInnis comes back with 10 seconds to go. McInnis just throws it at Snow, who juggles it. And the Islanders have a resounding win in a dream opener here at the Nassau Coliseum. The salute by Eric Fischler as much to the fans for their energy tonight as to his teammates for their performance in beating the Philadelphia Flyers 5-1.
And a standing ovation for the New York Islanders hockey team, and rightfully so. They put on a tremendous show here for the hometown fans, and they never sagged throughout the hockey game. A power play goal at the end. Trent Platt is the only setback that Eric Fischler had, but right now that doesn't matter to him. Probably more of a stain for his teammates than it is for him. He gets the win. His team gets the win. Nice to get a shutout, though, in your first game.
Well, these people are in no hurry to leave, and Again, at the risk of absolutely belaboring a point, there was a certain inertia, I feel, that was created when the news of the impending sale of the team came the other day. Even more so as reaction not only to the faces you see of the players right now, but to the words of John Spano. Most of these fans don't know what Spano had to tell us today, but it was all extremely positive and upbeat about more cash and new building coming down the road. So a lot of good things tonight here at the Coliseum. A 5-1 Islander win. Let's go down to Matt Loughlin.
Well, Howie, some smiles on the faces of the Islanders as they come off and make their way to the locker room after tonight's 5-1 victory. Not only the players upset by that late goal, but also Mike Milbury as he came by. He was not happy, wanted his team to come with the shutout tonight in front of the sellout crowd on the home opener, but he'll take the 2 points and the 5-1 victory. It's the first win of the season for the Isles, and again, the defense continues to be strong. Eric Fischler, solid in the net once again tonight, just 31 seconds away from his second career shutout. Overall, though, a solid performance for the Islanders tonight. Marty McGuinness coming off the ice, Derek King also. They both had 2 goals apiece as the Islanders, with their largest offensive output of the season thus far. Hey, it's only 4 games, but still 5 goals nonetheless tonight against the Flyers as they win by a score of 5-1. We're just starting our post-game report. We'll have plenty more from the Coliseum. A victorious night all around for the Islanders. Stick around.
Every week, Barron scours the investment world for growth opportunities. With comprehensive coverage of stocks, bonds, mutual funds, everything that could affect your finances. Subscribe with your credit card now and get 17 weeks of Barron's for the price of 13. That's 4 more opportunities to turn money into wealth. Get 17 weeks of Barron's for only $37. That's 4 weeks free. Call now toll-free in the continental U.S. 800-242-6400. That's 800-242-6400.
It's time to kick ice. Start celebrating the New York Islanders' 25th anniversary season. Experience the excitement of Islanders hockey with season tickets, 21 or 12-game ice packs, all on sale now. Non-stop action-packed games, plus Clark Gilliesna, a salute to Al Arbor, the 25th anniversary game, and lots more. You can't feel the building rock unless you have seats. New York Islanders hockey. For the hottest tickets on ice, call 1-800-882-ISLE.
Any way you play it, the whole new line of Plymouths is a whole lot of fun.
In NHL hockey, the coolest game on earth, the goalie must have superhuman reflexes. His biggest challenge is the screen. Here, an offensive player attempts to obscure the netminder's vision. Of course, a clever and resourceful goalie like John Van Beesbroek can neutralize the situation quickly and efficiently.
Marty McGuinness with me, one of the stars of the game. 2 key goals, a game in which I describe as a vibrant win for the Islanders. How would you describe it?
Well, it was pretty exciting. It was a full crowd tonight, and we played well. We beat the Flyers, and Beach played great. I wish he'd got the shutout, but we're pretty pumped up.
What was the claim on the one Flyer goal? The guy was in the crease?
That's what we tried to say, that he was in the crease before the puck got there, but I think they said that the puck was there first.
You know, it was interesting because the guys on the team, as much as they wanted a shutout, didn't seem overly upset. Fischler didn't seem overly... Mike Milbury, very unhappy when he walked off about blowing a shutout.
Oh, we were pretty upset. The guys were upset. Fisch played great tonight, and if he keeps playing like that, we're going to win a lot of hockey games, and we should have rewarded him with a shutout tonight.
Well, we all read the papers the day of the game, and one of the things they mentioned was that you were sent down to the 4th line at the start of the game. Your reaction to that, and what happened?
Well, Mike and I had a pretty good talk yesterday after practice, and he told me he wanted more out of me. He wanted a little more grit. He wanted me to lurk around the net and pretty much produce, and I said what I felt, and we had a pretty good meeting.
Well, let's not only see what he felt, let's see what the man did. Lead me through it. You're a communications ace. What happened?
That was a great play by Randy Wood and Dan Plant. Actually, I should have scored right there, but I just missed. And then Dan brought it around the net, and we had a bunch of whacks at it right here in front. And Darian was lying down, and I just couldn't get the puck past him. I had one whack here, and then another whack, and then Brian Barad kind of helped me shoot it in the net there.
Very, very nice. You know what impressed me about that? We'll get to that in a second. I want to show the second goal, and then we'll talk about both of them. The second goal, very pivotal. Tell me about it.
Well, I got the pass from, actually, Bird, I think, might have hand passed this one to Ziggy, to tell you the truth, but they kind of missed it right there. And the puck went to Ziggy, and Ziggy walked out, and I kind of dropped down, and Ziggy made a great pass to find me in the slot. And Todd made a great play of screening the goalie, and that was it.
Now, going back to the first goal, Randy Wood, to me, is a really neat addition to this hockey club.
He works really hard, and he's been here before, and he's played a lot of games, so he brings some leadership and he brings some experience, and we need that in the locker room. Also,
Barad in on the play with you. The kid is playing like Denny Potvin did in his first year. What's good about him?
Everything. I mean, he's going to be a great player. He's not afraid, he's confident, he jumps up into the rush, and he's just going to be a great player.
The one thing that impressed me, among many things, was the intelligence of the Islanders' play in this hockey. The guys seemed to know what they were doing all the time.
Well, that's the style we're going to have to play. We're going to be a defensive hockey team, and we're going to play a little bit of the aggressive trap, they like to call it, and that's how we're going to win hockey games. Good defense.
You know, I'm a little upset that I was taken off the old, the new logo.
That was your picture?
How do you feel about wearing the crest?
I like it. It makes the fans happy, and as long as they're happy, we're happy.
You're not worried about me being unhappy. No. Good to have you. Nice 2 goals from Marty McGinnis. We'll have more of the Islanders post-game show right after this. Some very interesting stuff, including Coach Mike Milbury's post-game press conference. Stay tuned.
Test drive the Nissan Pathfinder. You never know where it could lead.
Thank you. I check a lot of bags for TWA. Send them to places like JFK and LAX. Now I'm checking quite a few to CUN, LAS, even YYZ, along with those to PBI, MCI, and MLI. Way overpacked for MCO. More like DEN or something.
For over 90 cities worldwide, think Trans World Airlines. We're up to something good.
SFO, SAN, SRQ, SNA, SE.
Just because our lives aren't always 9 to 5. And as much as we'd like, she can't be in 2 places at once. Just because a picture is worth 1,000 words, we make sure we can reach her, wherever she is. Just because these days to be together, you have to be a little more creative.
Back at the Coliseum, Coach Mike Milbury has just begun his news conference following tonight's win, so let's give a listen.
Sold out tonight. You know, we knew we were playing up against the Yankees. There was a debate over whether we should change the start time. But I think Art McCarthy and everybody in sales, PR, and marketing did an outstanding job, and they don't get enough credit for what they do. But, you know, when these people come to a game like tonight, you hope that it's a real incentive to return. Yeah, I think it was a satisfying win. There haven't been that many, but it was a very satisfying win. Played with discipline, and outside of one mistake at the end of the game, we should have had our shutout. But we'll take the win, and hopefully there'll be more of them. I like the consistency with which we've been playing. What's that, 7 goals in 4 games, and that was a primary objective, is to cut the goals against down. Penalty killing was fine, especially when it had to be, and it was a good team effort, across-the-board team effort.
Mike, how much was the large crowd an incentive to your club tonight?
I think it was really important. I think it was a great touch to have all of the ambassadors, and Clark and Eddie Westfall and certainly Mike Bossy back in the building. They came in and wished the team good luck before the game started, and the place was hopping. As I said, the guys in the front office got them riled up as well as filling the place. So it was a fun night for everybody.
You talked about the 7 goals now in the 4 games, 7 goals against. Did you expect it to come together this quickly and see the improvement this early?
Because, and I give a lot of credit to Rick Bowness. He said, Mike, over the summer, he said, we got to get our goals against down. Everybody's worried about offense, but, if we focus on our goals against, we're going to keep ourselves in a lot of hockey games, and hopefully we'll generate some offense. And so we had that focal point from the beginning. The guys have bought into it. I think they see the results of it, and I can only hope that they will continue to work with the same diligence that they've shown so far.
It seemed like tonight everybody was clearing out all who was pucks fine and dandy.
Yeah, I think they were. The defense was sharp as a group. Fisch left a few rebounds, and they were there to get them. And we had some. I can recall just off the top of my head in the third period, Andy Johansson coming back to pick off what could have been a very dangerous opportunity for Philadelphia. And I can remember several guys on the back check being in great position. So.
What have you seen differently from Derek King and Marty McGuinness in these 4 games than you had?
Well, far and away, that was their best effort. These guys, they want to score goals, and they need to score goals to build their confidence. And we can't have guys just being there. And I think Marty really stepped up a couple of notches tonight, and so did Derek. And he's now got himself on a line where he's going to get opportunities, and tonight, fortunately for us and for him, he was able to bury them.
Seems like Brian Berard's playing with the poise of a veteran, even though it's just 4 games in.
Yeah, I spotted him a little in the third because I was really hoping to get the shutout. But Brian was, when he gets, as he likes to do, jump up into the play, he's dynamite at getting back into position. He really turns on the afterburners and manages to cover for himself.
The club seemed to play like a confident, cohesive. If you agree with that, what has been the key component in causing that?
I think it's the fact that they're trying to control the things that they can control. And in situations where Philadelphia set up behind the net, we were in good position. In the neutral zone, we were in good position. We were reading very well, and I think it's in part because of the game plan that Rick has laid out for them for the season. And they're starting to trust each other a little bit, and that's a very good sign.
When did you first start to see that?
We've been seeing it really from second game. First game we were jumpy in Los Angeles, but the second game we reviewed some things, and you can hear them talking about some of the things that we've been preaching, and that too is gratifying.
Now that you have everybody in uniform that you've been wanting to have from the start of the season, is it now easier because you can now solidify lines a little bit better and get people used to each other instead?
Yeah, well, we still miss a couple defensemen, which does affect us. We were hoping to have different pairings, but by and large, yeah, we do have the forward group together that we want, and that will make it comfortable. And I'm glad we have a few days off to practice so Travis can fit in.
If you had to envision a home opener 2 or 3 weeks ago, would it have been anything like this? This has got to be.
It was a great night. I'll leave it at that. It was a great night, and I'm happy for this group based on the last 2 rather difficult losses. Not losses, although it almost feels like it. When you lose 2 points, and with that kind of time left on the clock, you feel for them, and they came back strong. And they had talked about it themselves. I think it was Kasperitis who said we got to take this thing day by day, and that's what they're trying to do. Thank you.
All right, so Mike Milbury has just concluded his post-game news conference. Obviously happy with his team's performance. Victory #1 before a sellout crowd on their home opener. 5-1 the final score. The man between the pipes tonight recording the victory for the Islanders, Eric Fischler, standing by with the Mavens. Stan?
And a very patient Eric Fischler. He came in just as Mike started the press conference. And how do you feel about the win?
It's great. I mean, opening game, we had a good crowd tonight. It was awesome for us, so I'm really happy about that.
Now, when I talked to you this morning, you said you might be a little bit nervous opening night with all the festivities.
Yeah, I was. I think it's just normal. I gotta be nervous. I mean, that's just normal. Like, a lot of people like that. After a few minutes, you feel better, and I mean, that's really important.
Now, you listened to the coach talk about the team and the game. He mentioned a little bit about he was upset that you didn't get the shutout. What was your reaction to what he said?
I mean, that's it's a little bit disappointed, but we played so good, for I mean, 19 minutes and I don't know how many seconds, but I mean, I think, you know, the win is the most important thing, and, you know, it's sure, you know, I was a little bit mad about the goal, but maybe, you know, I went down too quick, but I mean, we played so good defensively. We had a good PK tonight, and I mean, we've been working really hard defensively, so it's really good for us.
We're going to take a look at the disputed goal, and Eric, I want you to see what exactly happened, and this is why the referee waved it off. Here's the start of the play. Let's watch around the crease. Tell me what you see from here now.
Okay, you see I went down a bit too quick. It's a tough call. I mean, he got pushed, so I mean, I think the role, if he got pushed in the crease, the goal is good. So I think it was good. The goal was good.
That's very, very honest of you. But you know
what?
what?
That's life, you know. Everything, a lot of things can happen in hockey. So.
You know what I noticed at the end of the game when the buzzer sounded? I mean, you didn't get sad or anything because you lost a shutout. The stick was in the air. And at one time, you skated over to where I was standing by the Zamboni. I thought you were going to talk to the crowd in the third period. Remember that?
Yeah, no, I'm always like that. You know, between two whistles, I like to, you know, to watch the crowd and just relax. So because, you know, if I stay in my crease, you know, I'm getting nervous. So
I want to show you a save that you made on John Leclerc, who is probably the best sniper on the team right now. Tell me about this one.
Okay, the puck was jumping, so, you know, like, I went down with my butterfly and I made the save with my pad. It's, you know, it's kind of tough when the puck is jumping because, you know, you never know where it's going to bounce. So it's, I just, you know, try to stay far, you know, and put my stick on the ice, and it worked so far.
Well, congratulations, a big win and only one goal given up. Eric Fischler showing his reaction at the end of the hockey game. Just a marvelously exciting performance. And the Islanders now are going to have a little rest. They're going to be practicing some more, and it looks like good things are ahead. We'll have more of the Islander postgame show right after this break.
Guarding this goal takes every ounce of skill and concentration, just like protecting your retirement. Marine Midland Bank.
Charge! Fight for an empire with the Learning Channel's real history, striking lethal blows on Conqueror's Week. Attack with Napoleon, a cocky genius destroyed by his own flaws. Raid with Peter the Great, a maniac with a taste for territory and torture. Bold, ruthless, born to rule. Loot and plunder all week. Feel the rush of victory on Real History. Weeknights at 9 Eastern and Pacific on TLC. Adventures for your mind.
Richard, get me the Daily News. Oh, Richard, get me a 50-inch color TV.
Get your free Scratch and Match card in Sunday's Daily News. You could win one of over 10,000 available weekly prizes playing the Scratch and Match bonus game from Nobody Beats the Wiz. Get to Nobody Beats the Wiz to find out which bonus game numbers to scratch off. Match 3, you win.
Richard, are you listening to me?
With over $5 million in cash and prizes, play Daily News Scratch and Match featuring the Nobody Beats the Wiz bonus game.
New York Islanders hockey has been brought to you by Budweiser, who salutes America's responsible drinkers. By your tri-state GMC dealers. By Nobody Beats the Wiz. For state-of-the-art home electronics, computers, cameras, music, movies, and more, Nobody Beats the Wiz.
Five to 1, the Islanders over the Philadelphia Flyers tonight in the home opener at the Nassau Coliseum. And never even mind the late goal by the Flyers that ruined the shutout. It was a magical night here at the Coliseum between guys walking around in tuxedos.
Yeah, you thought it was a maitre d's convention around here. But, you know, if it was Al Arbor coaching, he'd probably tell me I have to wear the tux until they lose. So
what would you tell him?
I would tell him, Al, I think you're out of step here. Yeah, just because you wore a tie for I don't know how long, but that was back when the team was winning a lot of hockey games, Howie. But, no, superstitions prevailed then, and maybe they will again. Who knows? But right now, the Islanders are as good as their last performance, and it was a beauty. A 5-0 win over Philadelphia. Going into this hockey game, nobody had a dream that this might happen. They thought, well, maybe the Islanders would put up pretty good opposition, you know, for a couple of periods. But you waited to see if Philadelphia could jump out of that shell that the Islanders had boxed them into. But The Islanders just did not give it up.
Yeah, and of course, to be fair, the Flyers were a little thin down the middle without not only Eric Lindros, but Joel Otto. But, you know, you look at the Islander puck pursuit, their defensive coverage since last week, since the season opener last week, totally different from what it was a year ago.
Yeah, I thought Mike Milbury hit on a pretty good chord when he talked about the fact that Rick Bowness over the summer was talking about you just can't give up the kind of goals that the Islanders have been giving up. Tighten up on the goals. And that's been a theory of hockey forever and ever, is that if you don't give up anything in your end of the ice, it's going to create some scoring chances in the other end. Of course, you have to take advantage and put them in.
Well, perhaps our Bud player of the game tonight, somewhat of a surprise when you consider that he was in Mike Milbury's Chateau Bow Wow until they met yesterday. But Marty McInnes with a big night, couple of goals.
Oh yeah, you can't fault anybody for being successful. And Marty McInnes, he took it in stride, talking a moment ago, and said, "Listen, I've just got to do it. I had a nice meeting," he said, with Mike Milbury, and it wasn't as if he'd been benched. He'd been moved off a line. He'd had lots of ice time, lots of power play time, remember, and hadn't been able to put it in. So now he gets a chance on a different line, albeit a line that he doesn't get as much ice time. And guess what? Wow, what a game. Skated well, shot the puck well, could have had a couple more.
And good defensive play as well, which is a staple of Marty McInnes, whether he's scoring or not. So the Islanders with a 5-1 win in the home opener here at the Coliseum. And we'll have more from the Island right after these messages.
I'm into tennis.
The Sports Authority has everything for tennis.
I'm into baseball, too.
Everything for baseball, too.
And I play a little golf.
Golf? We got it. Plus your favorite brand names.
See if that feels more natural. Hey, these guys are really into sports, too.
And everyday low prices mean you never wait for a sale.
Hey, I'm always into saving some cash.
The Sports Authority. You've never seen anything quite like it.
So why did you leave AT&T?
I fell for the gimmicks.
And
I'm disappointed. I miss AT&T.
AT&T misses you too. So we're making it easy to come back.
Anything that makes my life easier, I'm for it.
How does up to 100 free AT&T minutes sound?
I like free minutes.
We'll send you AT&T long distance certificates good for up to 100 free minutes just for switching back to AT&T.
100 free minutes. I'm there.
There's more. Call now and we'll sign you up for AT&T's new one-rate plan. It's our simplest calling plan ever.
I'm a simple person. Give me a simple plan.
Just 15 cents a minute on calls from home to anybody, anytime, anywhere in the U.S. And you're backed by AT&T's world-class customer service 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
I love their customer service.
All you have to do is call 1-800-GET-TRUE, and you'll get up to 100 free AT&T minutes. Well,
AT&T, it's simplicity, it's customer service, it's just everything you'd want.
You know what to do.
One rate, 100 free minutes. Just call 1-800-GET-TRUE.
Maybe it's time for a luxury sedan a few more people can turn to. Toyota Avalon. We've just lowered the cost of living it up.
Well, you probably couldn't have scripted it any better for the Islanders in their home opener as they beat the Flyers by a score of 5-1. Sellout crowd on hand. A lot of the former greats on hand to help the Islanders kick off this first home game of their silver anniversary season. All in all, a solid night for the Isles. 5-1 the final score. And if you're just joining us, or if you joined the game late, you'll be able to see its half-hour recap coming up at 11 o'clock with Bramante Bryant on Sports Channel Light. Coming your way here on Sports Channel at 11 o'clock, that half-hour recap of tonight's Islander-Flyers game. Well, without further ado, time to go back upstairs to Howie and Eddie for a look at tonight's play of the game.
Yeah, he's just chickening out, Ed. I mean, Matty, you'd think Matty would contribute at least an idea, but no. In a 5-1 game, he wants to dump it in our lap to find one play that typified the entire game.
Not a problem.
You choose.
I got it.
Go ahead.
It's done. Remember back at the beginning of the third period, John LeClair took a penalty. Now, the Islanders are up 3-0. That's not scary. Not scary to the Philadelphia Flyers. They've got a lot of scoring, Howie. And also when you think that the Islanders in their last two games folded up and walked away with only 1 point when they had two twice in their pocket. But anyway, John LeClair takes a penalty. And it was 23 seconds after the penalty that the Islanders, yes, they got a power play goal. So Let's take a look at it. Discover Card Play of the hockey game was the power play goal 23 seconds after Leclerc had gone to the sin bin. Berard, boy, he had another strong game. Hard blast, Derek King on a rebound. Top net. Beautifully done, well executed, and that made it 4-0. And the Islanders really were on a roll.
Yeah, you know, there's another play, and I'm just going to call this honorable mention, but you know, people think this is a complete freelance game. It's not. Remember that soft dump in that Derek King threw into the corner? That Travis Green chased down, rifled one on goal, got a rebound, and King buried it.
No, it's one of the highlights we had at the end of the period. Yeah, no, that was a spectacular play. Because most of the time people say, oh, come on, not dump and chase. This was not dump and chase. That's a set-up play. It was beautifully set up, beautifully timed. As the Islanders, you could watch the whole play develop coming out of their own end of the ice, pass up to King, boom, into the corner. And you know you have to place that play. It's almost a pass. You have to play it perfectly off the corner so it comes straight out. And they had a jump on it, believe it or not, at that point in the hockey game. Travis Green had a little jump in his legs, and he jumped in, grabbed a hold of that puck, and from there, just beautiful play.
Well, now what happens? I say now because the Islanders have 4 days off. Certainly that's good for Travis Green because it'll get him some practice time, but is there a wall you hit kind of early when you haven't had a real training camp?
No. You just relish in all of the glory. I mean, you just go back and think about it when you go to practice. Probably get tomorrow off, maybe not Travis Green, but maybe two, because he's probably a little sore and quite tired. He's probably more tired than the other players.
He doesn't need Don Meehan. He's got you.
Well, he's he's not in very good shape, so he probably needs the body to recover. So, no, they'll have fun. They'll go home and enjoy themselves tonight, and tomorrow they'll just relax and then go back to work on Monday. But it'll be a lot more fun, and the legs are always a little lighter, and things happen a little bit better when you're winning hockey games, and they're only as good as their last performance, folks, and that was a beauty here.
And the next performance should be pretty interesting because newly acquired Keith Primo and Paul Coffey will accompany the Hartford Whalers to the Coliseum. That'll be on Thursday night, but Mike Milbury will have a lot of time to talk to his troops after tonight's 5-1 win over the Flyers. We'll be back.
Lots and lots, tons and tons of tennis balls. Some of the things that are on my Discover card statement. I travel quite a bit. Ooh, didn't know that the golf balls were around here. Just relax, enjoy nature, and very good. Labidochromis, Caeruleus. They don't want to play with me now because I beat them 90% of the time. I'll take out $100 to buy the bait, gas up the boat.
How many credit cards make a statement like that?
Let's see, what else do I have on this?
It pays to Discover. Use it where you see the Nova sign.
On Saturdays, your customers can receive 2-day packages from FedEx. Cost? An extra $10.
On Saturdays, your customers can receive 2 to 3 day priority mail packages from the U.S. Postal Service. Cost? $3, and there's no extra charge.
On Saturdays, your customers cannot receive 2-day packages from UPS. Sorry.
So, what's your priority? Priority mail from the U.S. Postal Service.
It's time to kick ice. Start celebrating the New York Islanders' 25th anniversary season. Experience the excitement of Islanders hockey with season tickets, 21 or 12-game ice packs, all on sale now. Non-stop action-packed games, plus Clark Gilliesna, a salute to Al Arbor, the 25th anniversary game, and lots more. You can't feel the building rock unless you have seats. New York Islanders hockey. For the hottest tickets on ice, call 1-800-882-ISLE.
Mike's a very intense coach, as you can probably see on the TV, but I think it's good. I think it rubs off on the players, and we go out there and try to play with that same type of intensity, and when we do that, we win games.
Playing for Mike Milbury is like playing for, I don't know, it's like a bomb, you know. You never know when it's going to explode, you know. He's a good coach, great guy, you know, but you have to work hard to gain his respect. Mike's job to make us play hard, you know.
So the Islanders pick up their first victory of the season tonight, doing it before a sellout crowd in their home opener. 5-1 victory for the Isles tonight. Time now to check out the TWA out-of-town scoreboard. We go to Pittsburgh for the first report. Mario Lemieux scores again. He's got goals in all 4 Pittsburgh games as the Penguins edge Ottawa 3-2. Meanwhile, Detroit beats back Buffalo 6-1 in the Marine Midland Arena debut for the Sabres. Elsewhere, Montreal beats the Rangers as the Mess and Wayne show continues to stumble out of the starting gate. Pavel Bure with 2 goals for Montreal. They win 5-2. Final in New Jersey, the Devils had a 2-1 lead, but Dallas comes back with 3 unanswered goals, and they move to 4-0, the NHL's only undefeated team. Elsewhere in the league tonight, other scores to report on the TWA scoreboard. LA edges Washington 4-3. It was a whitewash down in Miami as Florida shuts out Hartford 6-0. John Van Beesbrook with his 24th career shutout. Also tonight in the National Hockey League, other games to report on here. In addition to the ones we've told you about, it's Tampa Bay over Toronto by a score of 7-4. Meanwhile, in the first period, some West Coast action, or nearly West Coast action. Phoenix with a 1-0 lead over Anaheim. Meanwhile, out west, it's Vancouver and St. Louis scoreless in the first. The Blues looking for their 4th victory of the season. And in the first, Boston taking on San Jose. They are scoreless. The Bruins 0-1-1, and you can see there that those Sharks 1-2-1. Well, that wraps up a look at the scoreboard. We have more to come on the post-game show. Derek King, 2 goals tonight. That's just a few less than the amount of stitches he has there on that right cheek. We'll have more right after this.
Classic checking from Home Federal. There's never a fee for your first set of checks, for writing a check, or for letting your balance drop to just $100. Beat that, big banks. At Home Federal, you don't have to go far to get far.
The proceeding has been a special presentation of ICENET, the Islanders Championship Entertainment Network.
You're watching ICENET, independently covering New York Islanders hockey past and present, bringing you the tradition and nostalgia you know and love with a modern feel. This is where Islanders tradition and pride are always our number one. Built by passion for the orange and blue. Isles coverage. Taking a step into the future by reaching into the past. ICENET. Dynasties live here.